Alright, we are back in action. There we go. Let us make sure everything is set up and peachy keen. Looks like connections are healthy across the board. Looks like game's on screen. We are primed, ready for prime time, ready to go. Alright, we'll get the music out of here. Right on time, right on time. Ha ha, never late. So, welcome back, one and all. We are at Silent Hill 2 In Depth, Part 2. This is more than likely going to be a 3-day affair, but I think we'll get towards the very end today. We're going to get very close to it. And tomorrow, we'll just do one little bit of wrap-up. Everything's healthy across the board. Stay off the hospital roof if you want to stay that way. Well, unfortunately, we have no choice. We will be hurt, but we'll also be closer to the truth. And I wonder if that means anything. Haha, coy coy, smug smug. Welcome, one and all. No point delaying. Talk about the stacked bricks. I'll think about it. We'll talk about a few things today. This is kind of where it gets a little murky thematically, and it's very interesting that we kind of stopped here, because we're going to get right into some shit. So, without further ado, without wasting any more time, you all know the drill, let's get into it. Let's see, audio working for the game? Bam. You know what? You guys are okay. Stay away from Brookhaven on June 29th. Pyramid Head. Fucking. Oh, you. Yeah, the fact that you take damage on the roof is super cool. It's like, it's one of those weird things where usually I would be mad, but thematically, I think it works quite well. But we'll get into it. It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. There's a lot of things we could get into with those. It's unfortunately spoiler second playthrough kind of things. However, I do want to highlight every single patient there. Who doesn't have a tendency towards violence when excited, especially against women, not gamers? That's our territory. But, obviously I can't talk too much about what I think that is, since it veers a little too close into the spoiler territory. However, it is worth noting, every single patient there, all 3 of them, their names start with J. Jack, Joshua, Joseph, you know, James. Interesting. I love the story you read on the roof. It always stuck with me. Oh, we are going to read that. I think that's some of the strongest writing in the game. Is the note on the roof. It's versions of James. Maybe. I don't know. That might be like a review thing when we do the scripted product, but who knows. I think, unfortunately, for the way we structure these, we can't talk too much about it, but here's where we get to one of the first really interesting ones. There's something written on it. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and, under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got a key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Purple bowl key. What the fuck kind of key is the purple bowl key? I have literally never seen a key like that in my life. It is nonsense. When we reach a point where you can talk about it, can we remind you and can you explain it? We could, but I do feel like we kind of got the two, in chat, we kind of got the two most obvious explanations for it without getting into super spoilers. Either they all represent different aspects of James, or the three of them are analogous to James, Eddie, and Angela, who so far have been like the two other key characters. And as we get to the prison, you'll start to see more elements. Adjust the mic here, it's kind of angled weirdly. But as we get to an area, the prison in the lair section of the game, you start to see more of direct parallels between all three of them. Where it becomes obvious, in my opinion, that Eddie, James, and Angela are all very clearly the most important characters in the story, and basically the entire plot revolves around their arcs, so I could see it going either way, since James is very clearly our leading man, and the game is primarily about him, but Eddie and Angela's arcs are extremely thematically important, so I could see it going either way. But for that note, what I find really interesting there is, like, it's a lot of, like, very vague language, but I think it's pretty obvious that, excuse me. Ooh, my throat. Oh, it is still very warm, even if it's not as warm as yesterday. What throws me off is why would they allude to Eddie and Angela when they're not in the hospital? Well, exactly. Like, that, there's holes in any way you look at it. However, if Eddie and Angela are going through a similar journey to James, let's say if all three of them have the same journey that they must face, having something allude to them would make sense for sort of fucking psychologically with James, since they're not so different, him and they. But what makes this note interesting, outside of some of the very purple prose, yeah, men were not meant to tolerate such heat. Yeah, it's much better today. It's much better today. But yesterday was, like, near 50. Like, ugh, never again. But outside of the purple prose it uses, the thematic idea that always really stuck with me is, up to this point, the game has been fairly open with criticizing the idea of avoiding the truth or running away from your problems. You have the Walter Sullivan note where he's in clear denial over, like, a horrific murder. You have Eddie as a character in general who has done something, and he's just wallowing in self-pity about how no one will ever forgive him and running away because he's scared. You see where I'm going at, where the game seems critical of the idea of not directly facing the truth and accepting responsibility. When you get to Brookhaven, however, this is where the game gets a little more interesting with it, in my opinion. It's no longer as black and white, because for all the purple prose the doctor's using there, it's clear he's describing a patient with probably schizophrenia. So, what he's saying is, look, this guy's life situation is so fucked at the moment that he needs to be monitored 24/7, institutionalized, and just kept on constant watch. Like, he's gonna be here for the rest of his life. What's the harm of letting him live in his delusions if he's happier there than in reality as we face it? Like, what's the benefit of forcing him to face reality? So this is where the idea becomes, like, is it always the best thing to, quote-unquote, accept responsibility, face the truth? Is it always really the best answer? And I really like this section of the game because it starts to muddy that thematic idea and give the opposite perspective where characters and people who you never meet, but you get a little snippet of them and maybe how accepting the truth might not actually be the best thing. Yeah, it's escapism. Can't you see? It's unhealthy. It's a very similar idea. It's like, I think FFTA is kind of going a little further. I mean, I only know it through like a meme osmosis, but I think there's supposed to be some real reason that you can't live in the fantasy world there, but here it's a little murky. And I appreciate that Silent Hill 2 tries to give both sides of the idea by presenting two different... Yeah, back in the wheelchair, idiot. Just like crawling him into the wheelchair. Just knives and legs. Just re-crippling him. But I always have appreciated that about Silent Hill 2. Oh, it's health drink. Nice. The fantasy world of FFTA is literally falling apart. Exactly. So it's like everyone's gonna die anyway. So it's like, it's not exactly an ambiguous situation. It's a good shitpost moment. It is. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not really about that idea. It's, I don't know. I think Silent Hill 2 is doing something pretty cool with it. That's just my opinion. That is locked. We're gonna go this way. Now, we're going to go upstairs here. A good story allows for multiple interpretations, and it's better when a story itself doesn't give a clear answer. What difficulty is this on? Normal and normal. I'll explain why I chose normal towards the end of the hospital. The thing is, like, there's a story that is... so I don't want to get too far into it, but... because I really do highly recommend you play it, Dave, but Rick and I were talking about Omori, and one of the things I appreciate about it one is its narrative. I think its narrative is its strongest aspect, but there's really not a lot of room for different reads on it. Like, it's quite straightforward with what the game is about, but I don't hate it. Like, it doesn't bother me. I like what it's about, so I don't know. I can see both arguments. Easy was a little too easy. Yeah, I think easy's a little, well, it's a little too simple. I think normal's fair. Most people... normal difficulty, more like bitch difficulty. Whatever. Whatever, fuck. Hey, holy shit, I'm trying to talk about being... Alright, there's nurses. Okay, welcome to the nurses. Alright, so... gonna reload. I have a lot of bullets. Alright, so let's talk about the nurses a little bit. The nurses, according to the Book of Lost Memories, quote-unquote, are suggestive of Mary's hospitalization, end quote. So, there's something that is explicitly there to remind James of his hospitalization, but what's most interesting is, so far, these are the most obviously sexualized of all the monsters. Like... take a look at them. Where we have these, like, obscenely long legs. Once again, we get the legs. And, like, this is, like, Bayonetta tier. What open-ended stories and direct stories are both successful. What's important is that they're both good. Exactly. 100%. So, these are the most, like, explicitly sexualized, where these are just ladies. Their faces are horribly fucked up. Their heads are these horrible pus balls, but these are the most blatantly sexualized of all of them. We'll get a better look at them later, but what is worth noting is the consistency of the legs, where it's this kind of... it's... so I've been playing Bayonetta again. I'm like tripping over my thoughts here. I woke up like a couple hours ago, but... I played Bayonetta again recently, and it's got that same thing with, like, hyper-exaggerated legs. Whereas in this one, I do think it is supposed to be... I think it is supposed to be thematically relevant. Oh, yeah, there's an enemy right here. Hey, more like monsters. Stomp them. I do think it's supposed to be thematically relevant, because it appears that's James's big thing. James likes legs, I don't know. So he's getting constantly mocked with that shit. Yeah, imagine being surrounded by sexy nurses day in and day out. Exactly. So this is where yeah, exactly. Your wife is rotting away before your eyes. This is where the sexual repression idea comes in. Some really weirder fan theories say James cheated on his wife. I don't see it. I don't think there's any evidence in-game to suggest that. However, I do think it's pretty obvious that it's like, okay, so you're surrounded by these faceless ladies constantly. And so while your wife is dying over years and years of cancer, or, you know, whatever the disease was, you're just kind of looking, you know, your urges are kicking in, and you feel like shit about it. Because of course you would. Examination room key, there we go. Harder difficulty, the greater the glory. I think it depends. Like, I don't think this game is, you know, oh, I beat it on hard, I'm so accomplished. Like, I was more annoyed when I played this on hard, honestly. Like, the Pyramid Head boss fight in general is like, he's so tanky. It's a teddy bear.
Ow.
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Bent needle. Yeah, problem with hard difficulties is just the bigger number idea. Where it's just like, okay, I take less hits, enemies take way more hits. It's just a much more punishing and tedious task. It's why I maintain, like, because I'm, you know, normal stuffed animal, nothing else. It's why I maintain that, you know, as much of a broken record as I am. Ooh, James Mock's sexy poster in the closet. Does he? Well, we're gonna have to find out. But, it's one of the things that, on a broken record, I talk about these games all the time. But in Devil May Cry, the only game of the series that I think DMD did the hardest difficulty, Dante Must Die, well, this is no time to be looking at a stupid poster. Okay, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, man. He has ellipses first, so it's almost like it's like this hesitation, like, it's no time. That's interesting. But the only game in the series I think did the hardest difficulty in Devil May Cry well was the first one. And what made the first one interesting, are they alive? They're a nurse? Get a good look at them? Oh. Oh, you're alive? Goddamn. But I think what made that interesting is, sure, enemies had the tanky devil trigger, but usually it was on a countdowns. And their base health was actually lower than normal. Like, they had 90% of the health that they had on normal difficulty. So the idea is it became this gigantic risk-reward system, where you took, like, insane damage, but the reward was going in there as fast as possible and killing enemies as quickly as possible to offset that. So that's why I think Dante Must Die in 1 is the only game in the series I think DMD is legitimately fun. Every other game, it's very tanky. Even 5, like, 5 is the best of the post-DMC1 games, but... Who has time for women? Alright, let's read this. There's a typewriter here. Got no use for this. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box, 7718. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am is who I am is who I am is. Perfect sense. Alright, so 7718. Ah, girl, please, move. Alright, let's explore rooms. So once again, Lapis Ike. Who I am is Shine. Oh, the Shine's getting to him, boys. He's gonna pull out an axe soon. Oh, God. Alright, here we go. Here's where I get a good look at the nurse. As you can see, like, their legs are disproportionately large in comparison to the rest of their body. And what you see is connecting them to the line figure. D- for a run-off sentence. See me F class. So what's interesting is, like, connecting them to the line figure is they do the same death throws, where they're just standing in place and twitching. Almost as if that is a connecting element for all the monsters. Almost as if that has something to do with James. And him seeing that ain't making him happy. Are these solutions all randomized per playthrough? Yes. All of them are randomized. There's only one number-based puzzle that is not randomized. It is the password to the 3rd floor wing of the hospital. That's always 7331. 733, is that a 7331 or 7335? I know it's always the same, though. Get over here. Eat it. Oh. And they do the same death throws. Oh. Shotgun shells. We'll save the shotgun. Or we'll save it. There's a very specific thing I want to do with the shotgun, but we'll save it. Oh, there's something over? Something over? Ah! Alright, well, we cleared out this floor. Now, we got the examination room key, so let's head down to the 1st floor again. Come on, out of the way. Come on, girl. We gotta move. Thank you. Thank you. Aha, there we are. Go to the examination room. Now, I don't think there's anything else in here outside of the combination. Oh, the shotgun shells. Hell yeah. There's a memo hanging on the refrigerator. Food only. Do not store drugs. Rude. 7-3-D-5. Yeah, this never changes in any of the playthroughs. It's always 7-3-D-5. Now it's unlocked. And I am aware it is somewhat sad that I have that digit mostly memorized, but shut up. Shut up, okay? Alright, well let us go to the 3rd floor then. And... oh. Nope. And there she is. Stomp you. And we'll finish you too. Why the hell not? Man, I do love how just raw a lot of the quote-unquote battle tracks are. This horrible industrial noise. It's very cool. I really like it. Alright. Lol, I wish I knew my favorite games as well as you guys do. I feel like a major poser a lot of the time. To be fair, I have played this game probably close to like 20 times at this point. I have obsessively played Silent Hill 2. Like, I mean, okay, look. I am to the point of it is kind of sick how much I like this game. When I'm unironically screaming about what this wall texture reads of unfinished blue words in the first room in the game that you're intended to leave in like 5 seconds. Like Like, come on. Like, we're getting to pretty ridiculous territories that this stuff is. But hey, you know, if people like it, if people aren't that turned off by it, it's locked. So this is interesting. There's no way into that room. But it's not saying, oh, you know, it's welded shut, or I can't get this door open. It's locked. You can open it. Interesting. But there's no way inside. I played Final Fantasy Tactics once a year since I was 12, so at least 20 times. Well, I mean, you seem to be able to get through it really smoothly when you played it, so I don't know. Oh man. Aha! Oh man, we'll get this girl. We'll get this. Ah! I probably played through Silent Hill 2 about 10 times, but that was a long time ago.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Got the roof key. I envy how much you can enjoy this game. I do genuinely wish that I could enjoy something and be so immersed in a world as you are at this game or this franchise. I mean, I think it's like it's a person-to-person thing. Like, I don't know what it is, but Silent Hill 1 to 3 really latches its teeth into me. And when something like really grabs me, I super get into it. I don't know what it is. Like, it's Silent Hill. Ooh, that's hard. There's a lot of stuff. Blade Runner, the first Blade Runner, like that movie really gets its claws into me. The discography of Nine Inch Nails, like I don't know, there's a bunch of shit, but this isn't like, oh, what you doing me favor media hour. This is Silent Hill 2 time. Yep, I don't have near photographic memory of when stuff comes available. To be perfectly fair, this game is much simpler than like Final Fantasy Tactics, to be perfectly fair. He's gonna Anthony Hopkins her? What? No, never. No. Have you played it over and over again? Oh yeah, I've played this game a lot.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
It's called passion. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I think I said it before. Passion's a double-edged sword. Where on one hand, yeah, I can literally talk for tens of hours, if not like hundreds of hours, with all the people I've spoken to about Silent Hill and Silent Hill 2 in particular. On the flip side of that, I'm also much more prone to being legitimately hurt by something like a Silent Hill Downpour, where I am genuinely hurt by that game. It physically hurt me to play. Well, not physically, obviously. You know what I mean, though. Like, it did hurt. Going into what Maria is supposed to represent to James, what are those pills she takes supposed to be? I think it's supposed to be James didn't know what Mary was taking, so he doesn't know what Maria's taking. The game managed to capture your focus, and when you focus, details become more apparent to others to be aware of, and you want more of it. I don't know, it's like, because I think, like, another thing, too, is I can tell that this game was made with genuine passion, was made with real love. And when I can see, like, true love on display in something, I can overlook a lot of flaws. Like, oh man, we'll get rid of the heavy industrial screeching. Yeah, it's supposed to be an analog, you know, that marries almost like 1-to-1. Yeah, it's like, I think James didn't know what she was taking for illness. I don't think he knows what Maria's taking, and that's just what it's supposed to be. Yes, Spoonie said best. Betrayal. Unironically, yes. Like, I would have screamed betrayal, then done the Spoonie meme. And I wouldn't have even been ironic about it. I genuinely would have meant it. Let's see here. The closest I would be would probably be Cultist Simulator. I have never played Cultist Sim in my life. Let's save the game. Passion could also potentially make you blind to criticism and flaws, which is where fanboys and bad directors come from. Exactly. Hiya, Wild Potato. We're talking about passion and why I am hyper fixated on this game. But I think, okay, so the example I was going to go with is the Cat Lady. The Cat Lady is insanely flawed. It is, I could easily see someone playing the Cat Lady and saying, this game is fucking terrible, what do you see in it? Easily. The Cat Lady is one of my favorite games ever made. It's probably like top 20 if I had to put it on a list, but it's one of my favorite games. And I think what I can see in the Cat Lady is that, well, one, it's primarily made by one guy. Then there's very little else like it, like a video game. But it's something like the Cat Lady is. It is the closest I can think of to a stream of consciousness game, where this is someone's raw creative passion put on your screen. Like, it's very similar to the original comic version of The Crow, where it's just raw emotion put on display. And there's something about that really gets me. Because, like, I love The Crow. The comic, I love the comic. I think I got the special edition hardcover not too long ago, too. I love The Crow. And it's the same kind of mentality of, I love raw passion and emotion on display, even with flaws and all. So that's kind of, I suppose that's sort of how I feel about Silent Hill. It's also very similar to card game. Card game, yup, I am out. Never carded a game in my life. There we go. This is not menacing at all. Okay, so if I remember correctly, it's like 7718. Okay, and we have 2 keys. So what we can do is we're going to use the one we're going to reload, but we're going to use Lapis I key. I'll fully admit I have overlooked if the Lapis Eye or Purple Bowl keys actually mean anything. I have completely overlooked this concept, so they could be they could be significant, they could be thematically important. I'm genuinely not aware. So, moving on. We have one more lock. We can't seem to do it. Got some writing on the wall here, though. Sun on the wall. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. So it's a little misspelling to kind of let you know, hey, there's 4 locks. Maybe the Crow 2, it wasn't too bad if it was our... Okay, so the Crow 2 is interesting. I think it's like, what is it? City of Angels is the Crow 2, the one with Iggy Pop in it. That movie is really interesting from a development standpoint, is that apparently it is butchered from the original vision, specifically to just be more like the first movie. Yeah, City of Angels, that's it. So apparently it is actually butchered from the original intention. There's a great movie, video by Good Bad Flicks that goes over what the original City of Angels is supposed to be. And I kind of am very disappointed we're never going to see that version, because it's a really cool concept as a sequel to The Crow. I'm really disappointed we're never going to see that, but... It could be a color coding thing. Purple bowl, blue lapis lazuli, code's written in red blood. Maybe there's something there. I will be the first to admit I have not thematically thought about the key distinctions for the purple lapis and everything like that. So unfortunately, this is gonna have to be one of those things where I got to admit, like, creative laziness. I genuinely have not put that much thought into it. Yeah, the original concept was supposed to be the guy who gets the crow wasn't like an Eric Draven, kind of like a rock star dancer. Well, he's a rock star in the movie, he's a dancer in the comic. But the thing is, in the City Angels sequel, the guy who gets the crow resurrection to hunt down his and his son's killers and avenge them, and then return to the grave. His logic is, okay, yeah, my son is dead. That's the horrible tragedy, but it's like, what if I don't want to return to the grave? This is a second chance I have at life. Going for petty revenge isn't gonna bring my family back. This is a second chance at life I have to make things right. And I think what made it interesting is that because he's not a very emotional guy, he's just sort of like a blue-collar mechanic who gets this extremely gothic resurrection. I really like that idea. It's like, what if I don't want to go back? What if I don't want to do this Revenant revenge plan? And the original script was supposed to explore that idea, and unfortunately they had to really shift it, because it wouldn't have been an action movie at that point. It would be about a guy not wanting to be an action hero. It's like, I can see the issue, but I think thematically that's a super cool concept. That Flicks video, yeah, as soon as we're done, I'll put that in the Discord. D2 is probably that game for me. It's incredibly flawed and only makes some sense, but I don't think I've ever played a game that felt like I was looking to a creator's head. It's the same here. I love D2. Like, it is one of the most frustrating games I've ever had to play. I loved every second of it, and I would never trade it for the world. It is pure creative passion on display, warts and all. And I gotta love that. Yeah, isn't one of the codes written in black typewriter ink or something? Could be a reference to the Four Humors. That's actually kind of an interesting idea. The Four Humors does kind of go, because there is a lot of references to biblical imagery, alchemy. We're going to see some Aztec stuff later on. So, Gratian Four Humors, that's not too far out there. That's interesting. So, it's nighttime now. There's no fog. It is just pitch black darkness out. So what I find interesting is this transition has happened and we're not in the other world. Very interesting. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? Biblical imagery. How accurate to my shitpost. Well, we'll talk more about it later. There's definitely some more biblical imagery towards the end of the game. And we'll talk about it as it comes. Alright, so I'm just going to be real. I love this. This is some of the best writing in the game. May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked to the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone could be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run away instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was the diary doing up here? What the fuck do you think, James? So James, maybe he's willfully trying to ignore the context of why that might be here. But so I think this is one of the reasons why Silent Hill 2 resonates with people a little more than the first game does, because the first game is pretty dark. It gets into some grim subject matter, but it's very fantastical at the same time. Like the whole like cults, resurrection, supernatural stuff. Again, it's grim material, but it's very fantastical. This is... Silent Hill 2 gets a little more real with it. He just took the Nestea plunge. Nothing... It's all fine. He's just having some iced tea. It's fun. It's good. But I think this is why this game resonates with people a little more. It's very down-to-earth compared to the first game. So the Roof Diary. So, again, of all the I like how it ends. Not, I get to go home, it's, the doctors say I have to go home. It's fucking tragic. It's some of the, again, this is some of the best writing in the game, and as far as, like, notes in survival horror games goes, I think this is probably the best written one. Like, there's something so heartbreaking in under 500 words. It's just a very tragic little story. And it doesn't have anything to do with the main plot. It's just there for thematic purposes. And the big thematic purpose there, again, I think all of it is well written. What's the sin in running away? Makes you wonder if Silent Hill is just a place that judges you regardless. This is fair to your actions. All humans have sinned and are all guilty. Original sin of man and all. I think we'll get to what I think Silent Hill is in this playthrough. I'm not going to bullshit around it and dance around the issue like we did the first time. In Silent Hill 2, I will give my explanation, my quote-unquote theory about what I think the spiritual presence in Silent Hill is, what it wants, why it shows you the things it does, why it makes your mind come to life. I think there's a relatively simple explanation to all of it that is decently consistent with all four of the original games. This and The House and Phantom Morgana are the only games that really captures loneliness and desolation, especially the part at the end of the hospital all the way to the lake view. It feels so isolated. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that really gets that truly isolated feeling? I'd have to really sit on it. I think Lone Survivor has some moments. Lone Survivor, I also, I'm a little biased because I do like that game a fair bit. I think Lone Survivor is quite good with the lonely atmosphere. Yeah, the first and third game are way more fantastical. Please don't have your theory be like the worst line in that shit movie Room 1408 or whatever. I actually don't know what you're talking about. It's just an evil fucking room. No, it's not. I don't think the town's evil. I don't think it's anything. I don't think there is an alignment. It just is. It's like the Alien, you know. It just is. We'll get to it towards the end, because I think there's. If we talk a little bit about it too much, I think it's a little too spoiler heavy. But we'll get to it at the very end. The first and third games are way more fantastical. The second one is much more real. And I think the first and third game do have some real stuff in it. Especially 3. I really do appreciate Heather as kind of a leading lady in that game. She brings a lot of humanity and realness to it. But I think there's a reason 2 resonates with people more than those ones do. The supernatural, spiritual aspects are there. But in general, the game is much more grounded. But I think, back to the note, the big line there, the big wham line, that I think is the most important aspect, is it really such a sin to run away instead of fight? As Dave was pointing out, it's like his word choice, I have to go home today. The sort of like his very self-deprecating ideas of, would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? What good am I if I'm only on medication? Like, this is clearly someone who is extremely down with their ideas of themselves. Silent Hill 3 is my favorite by far. I definitely see why people prefer it too. I love Silent Hill 3, and maybe I'll turn around on it when we do, if... Jeremy Blaustein, however you spell it, he did a fantastic job localizing this game. Same with MGS, which apparently Kojima didn't like. Yeah, the only Metal Gear game with good localization is the first one. Huh, hilarious. But yeah, Jeremy Blaustein is he is the unsung hero of the Silent Hill games. Even 4, for all my problems with that game, has excellent localization work. Excellent. It's a Vortex report. We'll get to it at the end. We'll get to the end. I can't... what is evil? We'll get to it at the end. Well, we'll get to it at the end. But I think the most important thing about that is it's showing the flip side, similar to the note of the doctor with the patient with presumably schizophrenia. Well, yeah, like Silent Hill 1, yeah, Silent Hill 2 is self-contained, even if there are references, and I would argue it is a thematic sequel to Silent Hill 1. Like, it's an extremely self-contained story. You can only play Silent Hill 2 of any of the games in the series and be fine. To Silent Hill 3, I think Silent Hill 3 doesn't stand on its own. That's the biggest issue I have with it. Silent Hill 3 as a sequel to 1, as a double bill sort of thing, I love it. It's great. Silent Hill 3's biggest problem is that it is very reliant on Silent Hill 1 for some of its bigger thematic ideas. And that is a significant issue, in my opinion. Especially compared to 1 and 2, which stand much better on their own. I digress, though. What I'm getting at is, well, we had the note with the patient with schizophrenia. We have the presumably suicide note up here. What we have is the flip side, where people are forced to face a reality that either does not benefit them, or they are not ready for. It sounds like Blaustein was Konami while Woolsey was Squaresoft. That's actually a pretty good comparison. I think Blaustein's better. He is really the unsung hero of this entire series. Because he also did some of the motion capture direction. So, he's a very underappreciated member of the Silent Hill series' success in the West. Very underappreciated. But, yeah, it's showing the flip side, where, okay, everyone can go on and make the story about it's always better to face the truth. It's always better to own up to your actions, take responsibility, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You know, all that meme shit. What if you're not ready? What if facing the truth is objectively a worse reality for you? Who are you hurting? I don't know. Like, Silent Hill 2 puts a flip on that idea, where there are situations where forcing someone into reality to face the truth of their situation might be the worst outcome in the long run. I appreciate that. In a game all about this idea of facing the truth of repentance, judgment, things like that, having the flip side of that debate is very interesting. MetalNet looks rusty and falling apart. It looks like I can push hard, I can move it away. Hey, buddy. Worth knowing that, if I'm mistaken, Pyramid Head won't show up until you read the diary. And Pyramid Head also forces James to take a dive off the roof. The diary is actually what pushes you towards one of the endings. It sort of like points towards one of the endings. Pyramid Head will not attack you until you examine until you examine the fence in the back. Then it'll happen. You can miss that diary. It's completely optional. But what's very interesting, didn't the localizer MGS2 like actually despise Kojima? Yes. She has one of the most hilarious teardowns of Hideo Kojima I have ever read, and I cannot find the original source, but it's so funny. It's something like he only makes video games because no competent movie studio would entertain any of his ideas. It's something so fucking savage. I love it. So here's a couple things that are interesting. We couldn't get into this room. There's no key in the map that would unlock this. It's locked from this side. So there's no key that would do it. Now it's unlocked. We needed to go in here. Probably did because the writing is insane. Oh yeah, if I can find it, I'll post it because it's hilarious. But what makes it work? Well, it's kind of interesting to see here. Okay. So Pyramid Head hurt us. Damn, that sounds based as hell. It is extremely based. Pyramid Head kicked our ass. Like, we took legitimate damage. We were one hit away from dying. That hurt. But we wouldn't have been able to get in here without Pyramid Head knocking us in. And more importantly, let's see, can we find it? Something's written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Here we go. There's something written on the wall. 8512. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. 8512. Now you're on the other side of the hospital. Yeah, so here's the thing. We needed that combination to open the box to progress through the game. Once again, Pyramid Head is acting as a punisher, but as a guide. He's filling dual roles. Interesting. Let us open the box. Oh, wait, no. We can just examine. What am I doing? Alright, so... Oh, damn it. Alright. Bam, there we go. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There's a few hairs inside. Yeah, Pyramid Head. Literally, the truth hurts, bitch. It's like, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Got a few pieces of hair. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. So I'm assuming when you, during the patient notes, it mentions how one of them, I believe Joseph, believes he was guilty for causing his daughter's death and can't let go of it. So what we have is a man who cannot let go of a woman, a female, in his life's death. Believes himself to be responsible, and obsessively clings to it, to the point where he's, like, presumably keeping bits of her hair. As, like, this memento, oh, it's my Luis, I'll protect her forever. So, essentially, I think what we're getting here is an example of someone relatively parallel to James, who cannot let go of his wife. Might be a stupid connection to go in, but it also could be James subconsciously wanting to be institutionalized. He got tossed into the special treatment room from the roof. That's true. Maybe he thinks, what's wrong with me? You know, for whatever reason. Maybe James is wondering if if he belongs in the hospital with everyone else. They're feeling too much of a brainlet to make these connections. I mean, it's mostly, to be fair, it's like this game never highlights any of it. It never makes any attempt to try and force a lot of these ideas into the player's eyes. What is the green liquid in the shower room? I don't know, but what's interesting to me is the green liquid in the shower room is a repeated image from the, in the apartment where you had to reach into the hole in the bathroom. That also had green liquid coming out of the hole. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. However, it's a repeated image. I don't know what it means. Unfortunately, this is one of the many bits of things where I'm going to have to throw my hands up in the air and say, I don't know. But it's a repeated image, and who knows, right? Like, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's reused textures, maybe it means something. I don't know. Like, that's kind of what I love about this game. It's like, okay, what if J.J. Abrams' idea of the puzzle box was actually good? That's Silent Hill 2. it is a puzzle box. There's tons of pieces you can move around to fit what you want to see. There's basic elements. The green liquid is symbolic of James's favorite TV channel, Nickelodeon. Mary would never let me watch the Nick channel. She hated it when I tried to slime her. But I think it's like, by the very end of the game, you will know what Silent Hill 2's larger ideas are. It becomes very obvious at the very end, and it quite literally tells you in some instances. First things first, we're gonna get the shotgun. We're gonna need the shotgun, but I think when it comes to some of the little smaller specifics, the game is much more open. And that's one of the things I do appreciate about it. The repeat hole imagery makes more sense. But even still, like, here's the problem. What does that mean, then? Because, like, I'm saying that yes, there's repeating hole imagery. I'm not quite sure what the green relevance is. Genuinely speaking, like, if anyone's got some ideas, I'd be open. Because I have nothing. The green liquid could also just be a visual indicator, because exactly, it's a very small hole in the ground. It's very difficult, so who knows, it could just be like a visual indication of you can interact with this. Sometimes curtains are just blue, exactly. She was being held captive on the set of Double Dare, you can't blame her for her fear of slime. Ghostbusters brought into James' sexual awakening, hence the slime. Oh, he likes slime girls. Everything makes sense. He just wants to melt in there. Just, like, sink in. Alright, so this is going to be a longer cutscene. We're going to have to, in the middle of a boss fight, unfortunately, talk about it. Because it just instantly transitions into one, so just a moment.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Okay, mic's back on. Yeah, it's a bit of an emulator issue, unfortunately. To my knowledge, this is the only scene where the music doesn't do that, right? No other scene in the game before, or to my memory after, is going to have music issues like this. I don't know what this one is. Oh, well. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what exactly is with this scene, because it doesn't do it in any other. But, whatever. I don't think... It's not the end of the world. But, nah, whatever. Alright, so, we're gonna have to talk about that cutscene a little bit. Let's scroll up with chat again. How did Laura not notice someone come into the room initially with James' flashlight? Whatever. I think the explanation is probably just as simple as Laura's a dumb kid. So, she wasn't paying attention. There's James's son. What the hell was Laura carrying around anyway? I actually didn't see. There's James's sudden anger. He's ready to snap. Okay, so that's interesting. So this is where we're getting our first contradiction to James's story. We have Laura here, who very clearly knows Mary, very clearly was familiar with her, and is here specifically to find her. And what happened is Laura says, "Oh, I was friends with Mary. We met in the hospital last year." Okay, well, whatever happened to the 3-year story there, buddy? So, one, he instantly he snaps against her and says, nah, you're lying, fuck you. But what I think is more interesting is, let's go back to the scene where he met Maria. I try to point this out then, but when he meets Maria, and Maria says, "Wait, you're here looking for your wife? Didn't you say she died?" He kind of pauses for a second and looks to the side, and he's like, yeah, 3 years ago. Almost as if he's trying to remember the exact explanation that he had. Interesting. Yeah, unfortunately the music is an emulator issue. Is this little girl a demon in disguise? We'll get to it. I have my own answer, but I will find it interesting how the cutscene highlights Laura doesn't have a scratch on her, and her response is like, "Wait, why should I? That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?" James doesn't care unless it's about him. Okay, put a pin in that. Yeah, come on, James. Better keep your story straight. But James doesn't care unless it's directly about him. We're gonna come back to that. That's important. Could be frame rate. Yeah, it could be frame rate. But now what we have is another boss fight. We have the Flesh Lips. Let's see if we can get a look at him. So you can kind of see. What we have with the Flesh Lips here is these sort of like square frame monsters. Like they're hanging from the ceiling though. But as you saw in the opening cutscene, when it's coming down, its arm is what's in the rafters holding it. So you have this like fleshy mass with legs sticking out at the bottom. What Laura was carrying sort of looks like a medicine pill bottle. That's interesting. It could be similar to the ones that she knew Mary had to take in the hospital. Okay, that's interesting. I never thought about that. I like that. That's actually an interesting idea. Like, oh, she's carrying it around because, like, I'm looking for Mary. Mary's here. You know, she might need it. I like that. That's an interesting idea. But with the Flesh Lips, we have these, like, sickly masses with visible human lips and maws stuck in these bed frames. These square metal frames with their legs poking out the bottom with one arm hanging from the ceiling, like almost like, you know, the obvious hanging for dear life metaphor. So I think more than any of the other monsters, I think this is supposed to directly represent how James views Mary. just this dying, sickly mass in a bed, barely hanging on to life, with a gigantic mouth for some reason. Well, actually, you know what? Let's let one of them attack us. And there you see it. It attacks, like, strangling and trying to suffocate James with their legs. Alright, interesting. So, it's one of the reasons I do kind of think this represents Mary is, once again, we see human legs brought up as a defining feature of one of the monsters. That does big damage, holy shit. And now we have two of them, but you got one dead? And two dead. Die, I'm trying to make a point here. There we go. What happens? We got three. So why are there three? Yeah, none of these monsters skip leg day. Gotta step up my game. Ugh. She did say that she met Mary in the hospital. Maybe she has the ball with Mary's name on it, trying to use it as a way to track her down. Very possible. It's like literally one of her bottles with a full name and everything. Mary Shepard Sunderland. Okay. I can see that. I like that. But why are there three? Well, if this monster is supposed to directly represent Mary, yeah, 3 years. I'm very glad you picked that up. If this is supposed to represent his wife directly, I think what this is supposed to be is a monster of every year that she was quote-unquote dead, according to James. There's no wall there. And reload, and with that, yeah, we're good. That's a good point, my guy, but if she was... we'll explain it later. We'll explain it later, but, unfortunately, I'm trying to, like, keep this as relatively spoiler-free as possible. I will explain it later. We'll explain that part later, but I will save that. That still wouldn't be enough leg for James. He literally just needs nothing but this, like, mass of giant legs stitched together. But, that is our first legitimate Otherworld transition. Yeah, there it is. There's the Jacob's Ladder reference. I clapped! How do you pick up on all these subtle meanings? Holy hell. I have obsessively played this game for probably close to, like, 12 years. Damn. Hey, no worries, man. Like, you probably weren't here for part 1. And even if you were, it's, like, 5 hours long of me screaming into a mic. Like, that's a little much to ask people to sit through in one go. It's a little much, but... Yeah, Mary spent a lot of time in the hospital, so... She presumably, before dying 3 years ago, maybe story's kind of falling apart here, but she would have spent a lot of time in the hospital. What is 100% confirmed is she was sick. With illness, quote-unquote. But that is our first legitimate Otherworld transition. And if I recall correctly, I think that's the only one in the entire game. There's one you can argue, but I would actually debate whether or not that's the Otherworld at all. Or, we'll get to it, but, once again, we have rotational fans. This is a bit of imagery that was extremely common in Silent Hill 1 and will return again in Silent Hill 3. The idea of a constant rotating fan, this cyclic imagery, paired with the repeating moth, rebirth, and death imagery, something to keep in mind. Yeah, undisclosed gross illness. I think it's like, it ultimately doesn't matter. Whatever it is, ultimately does not matter. But it's our first transition to the Otherworld. And what is James's Otherworld like? Fucking gross. It looks like a more decrepit version of the place we were already exploring, which I find extremely fascinating. Like, there's nothing special about it. It's just more decrepit, a more horrible version. Fellow real Lakeside Otherworld conspiracist. I think Ito agrees. Yeah, we'll get to it when we get to the Lakeside Hotel. I think Lakeview Hotel, excuse me. When we get to the hotel, we'll get to it, but by that point, I think it's genuinely extremely unclear what the Otherworld is or is not at that chunk of the game. And I really appreciate that. But what we have here is mold. Lots and lots of mold. So, the Otherworld explanation up to this point, in Silent Hill 1, when Harry Mason says, it is a world of someone's nightmarish delusions brought to life. So with James's Otherworld, we have this rank, black mold-infested, derelict version of the world we were already exploring. I'm hopping off. I wish I could watch longer, but I need to work. Fair enough, man. I think your channel is great, and what you're doing is great. Underrated. Much love. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by, man. I'm glad you watched it. The idea is, after we're done these streams, we're going to cut them up into smaller chunks and put them out to watch that way, with a little bit of editing to get some of the dead air out. And yeah, I think this is a project I really am happy people are enjoying. So, we have this, like, mold-infested condemned building, but everything is covered in the white tarp. Now, if you remember at the very beginning of the game, we were looking at white tarps that were seemingly just going up into the sky for, like 20 to 25, 30 feet high. For no reason. Yeah, peace out. Thanks for watching, man. Yeah, very wholesome. Thank you. Mold symbolizing James' rotting soul. The guilt of what he's done slowly eating away. That's part of it. I think a lot of it is, it's this mold, this thing underneath, eating away at you, this issue that you are trying to poorly cover up. Because what we have is, we have the black mold fumigation tarps everywhere. All the doors are coated in them. But at this point, nothing's getting covered. The mold's everywhere. It's starting to look a little bit like blood, too. That's interesting. And as we go into some of the rooms, let's see. There we go. Even the tarps themselves are becoming coated. Like, they are no longer the pristine fumigation tarps as they were. Now they themselves seem to be falling into disrepair. Interesting. Almost as if James's Otherworld is this poor covering of an issue that doesn't solve it, and if anything, only makes the issue more obvious. Something about a hole being here, and it being gone now. Maybe. Who knows, right? Well, let's continue. Tango bullets? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we should be good for ammo for the rest of the game. As long as I don't, like, senselessly waste it, we're gonna be stacked. Just like James's life, all his opportunities are locked to him. Oh, James. How unfortunate. Alright, so I think we can take the elevator. Yes, we can. Ball nurses remind me I gotta actually shave my legs again. Thanks, Silent Hill 2. I honestly, for the heat, I should probably, like, shave my body just for the fucking heat today. I should have done it yesterday. Like, eh. I don't know. I'm a lazy boy. I'll leave it. Whatever. Like, cause I also have like that like 5-day stubble thing going on. It's like, I should really get on that, but that's like time. But yeah, even here, the white tarps are just covering everything. Second floor. It's also worth noting is that, keep in mind, mold infestations usually can be caused by stagnant water. Once again, the water imagery returning in some capacity. Keep that in mind. Yeah, chest level sucks. Plus over under your shirt. Like, it fucking sucks. First aid. So this is interesting. Let's reload the gun. This is gonna be interesting. I like this. Stop wearing clothes. Problem solved. Return to monkey. It's the only way. So we have these hands just clawing up at a hole in the ceiling with a battery. That is a... I'm pretty sure that is a D-cell battery. So it's these hands clawing up from somewhere deep and dank, trying to get this source of light. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. So, that is a bit of abstract note writing. However, I think we can kind of make some sense of it. So, someone dropped their precious ring in the basement's basement. The idea of this, being an androgynous school I am, it helps a lot for him getting too warm during the summer. Armpit sweat with hair is god-awful. Fucking 100% agree. Winter can be used. Thank God for leggings. Well, I will say one thing, at the very least in winter, like, you can always just, like, heat up in the cold weather by just wearing more clothing. So it's always, like, on the table, alright? Let's see here. Where? Oh, now I gotta go through my notebook. Oh no, I lost my place. Oh no! Here we go, the hands poem. I was so afraid of dropping my precious ring in the basement's basement. So, what I think this is, let's say, James, his wife died 3 years ago, right? Allegedly, 3 years ago. He dropped his precious ring in the basement's basement. So in his lowest point, he dropped his marriage. He lost his marriage at his lowest point. And during that point, he was so afraid, but he's never going back there. Doesn't matter. So he lost something because he was afraid, and he refuses to return out of fear. Okay. Being as vague as possible about it, but I think that's what that's getting at. Dry cell battery, there we go. Got the basement storeroom key. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? Very interesting that's the first place his mind goes. So we're gonna finish exploring this hall, explore the third floor, and show off a little bit of an Easter egg. Well, Easter egg's not the right term for it. It's just a very throwaway detail that most people will miss on a first run, because it is completely meaningless. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh yeah, nurses do big damage, goddamn. Just beaten by him. But dude, who really wants to go to hospitals anyways? Like, that's, you see, unironically, yes. That's a massive part of it, is like, who wants to go to this scenario at all times? Health drink. Alright, so we're stacked, we're tacked. Thank God at Game's lowest point he had a Duracell battery to back him up. I don't know. I think James is more of an energizer, man. Keeps him going. There we go. Alright. So I remember this room, when I was doing the Silent Hill making of thing, I showed it off for dynamic lighting. Because, like, this room especially really shows it off with, like, the way it reacts to the pillars. Like, very impressive stuff. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it? If nobody got me, at least that fucking Energizer Bunny got me. Can I get an amen? God, imagine the Energizer Bunny in hell. Oh, my weak baby arms can't do it. I've been there. I try to lift something. I can't do it. I'm like, oh, jeez. It's no good. The door's too heavy to open by myself. Alright, let's reload. Obsessively reload. We're playing the Call of Duty. Alright, so let's go to the 3rd floor. We'll look at a couple things up there, and then we'll progress. I don't remember this part. Oh, you don't remember it? Really? He looked like Robbie Rabbit. God, fuck Robbie Rabbit. Also, hey babe, how you doing? Just watching the Silent Hill. Start lifting. This is a threat. I was trying to do deadlifts again. It's been a while. I foolishly, I said, okay, so I maxed out at 4 plates. That's, about 405 pounds, I think. It's, you know, it's not the best, but it's pretty good. So I thought, it's like, okay, you know what? 425, let's go. 10 on each side, let's go. And I botched it. I got it to my shin bones, and my back was like, and yeah, that was last week. And I was like, oh, jeez, oh no. Fine Golf fans. Yeah, I don't remember this part. You'll probably... I think it's because, like, when we played it, like, we didn't really go over some of this stuff, because I am kind of dancing too closely to spoiler territory, honestly, but to do an in-depth playthrough like this, you kind of have to. Unfortunate, but there we go. Got handgun bullets and pool. So this is interesting. We'll come back, actually, what room is this? We'll come back here in a second. I want to show something off first. Okay. S11, we'll come back here. We'll come back here. But, what we have here is paintings. So everyone always sees, I don't have a barbell, I just started using thick resistance bands. Resistance bands are pretty good. I use them for calf stretches, mostly just to try and make sure I don't get shin splints again. They're pretty good, would recommend. So what we see here is a red woman on a door, but if we can get a good angle looking at it, those hands are 3-dimensional models, actually just sticking out of the environment. Interesting. Another thing people usually don't notice is that the red woman on the door, like, there's multiple other ones around, like, it's a full painting set. People usually miss this, but I don't know, I think that's kind of cool. It's locked. The Chinese woman in the red dress. Why can't we escape her? Fucking Ada! Just cue me. Just Chris Royd-fielding. Just the bitch in the red dress! There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D. It sticks out. Interesting. Alright, so let's go back and read that note. Now that we understand that there's a lady on the door. Alright. There's a scrap of paper on the ground. Just some doodle. Huh. Something's written on it. She is an angel no one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours, them sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. Okay, so the idea is the lady at the door will judge you for your sins. And if you fail, you fall. You go down. Sin and sinner alike, she will judge. And if you fail her judgment, you will go down. You will fall. Okay. Keep that in mind. And also keep in mind, she judges both sin and sinner alike. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So, let's get to where I showed off this game's use of three-dimensional audio. So, if you remember correctly, room S3 was the room that Maria lied down on the bed at, saying like, ah ha ha, totally just a hangover, I'm fine, haha, I'm not dying. S3 was her room. Let's go in. This persistent heartbeat and breathing. Gotta stop crashing now, have a fun stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. I'm glad you had fun. Hopefully you get what you need to get done. You can just chill out for the rest of the day. Well, we already fell. Maybe by, like, a judge guy. Maybe. Maybe we already did fall. Maybe there's lower we have to go still. These are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? Maria's not here. Where could she have gone? So this persistent breathing and heartbeat, very interesting. We'll come back here in a little bit. Yeah, maybe like a judge man guy came? I don't know. Oh, wait. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Get over here. Get over here! Can we go in here? I don't think I've ever tried to go in there. Huh. Right, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There you are. Stand your ground. Alright, let's see. There should be, like... should be an item around here somewhere. There's not. I am a fool. I am a foolish fool. Alright, well, we can save the game at least. Hell yeah. And we're gonna do ourselves a little bit of a quick save, because another of the pre-rendered cutscenes is coming up, and I don't want the emulator to shit the bed again. Alright, well, down we go. They never explain what that sound is, and I appreciate that. Hopefully the audio picked up, but it's this horrible, like, pig screech, and they never explain it. I like that a lot. Use the basement storeroom key. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do ourselves a sneaky little quick save in a second here. I got the shotgun shells. Alright, gonna pull ourselves a sneaky little quick save. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna save state. Hell yeah, there we go. Alright, so hopefully it doesn't shit the bed. What's this though? It's a bookshelf. But keep in mind, where we are right now, we are in the basement. Yeah, funny screech in the basement. It's so funny. It's hilarious. So we are in the basement. There is nowhere lower to go, at least on the map. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move it. Apparently there is, because there is a ladder right there. The basement's basement.
James.
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
So Maria's back, and she's fine, I guess. She just kind of left. To be fair, I've only known you for a day, Karen. But hey, dude, what do you mean? You're supposed to take care of her, James. It's your responsibility as a husband. Oh. She is definitely bipolar. I don't think... we'll get to my stance on Maria at the very end. Towards the end, like, I think I can talk about what I think about Maria, but I think we can see a few things here. The biggest thing right off the bat, yeah, coming on a little strong there, Maria, like, goddamn. Exactly. It's like, this is probably the most, I'd say, extreme example of her constant mood swinging, where she instantly pops in, oh my god, it's James, I'm so relieved, I'm so happy. And James makes a flub for this person he's known for less than, like, a day, for like a few hours, maybe. Then what happens after that is she just explodes on him. What do you mean, anyway? Don't sound very happy to see me. And then she just starts berating him constantly. And then when he tries to respond to that, instantly flips switch again. Love bombs him. Just like, stay with me, please. Oh my god, you're supposed to take care of me. And now she seems concerned about Laura for some reason. Now that's really getting her attention. So this person who is a one-to-one copy of Mary is now concerned about Laura, the person who claims to not only have been friends with Mary, but also knew her in a time period where, according to James, she should have been long dead. Something's not adding up here. Maria's a bitch, just like my wife. Just do that, like, Simpsons neck pull, like... Got the copper ring. So, I have a little bit to say on the rings here. We're gonna get a second ring. We're gonna go get that now. We'll talk about the copper ring alongside it. So yeah, in the basement's basement, we got the precious ring. Got one more, though. Okay, bye, Basement Screech. Let's save the video game. Oh, yeah, I remember what's coming up next. I remember. Alright, we'll see. It's either going to be the first or the second elevator ride, but I remember what's coming next. Yeah, Wait, what you mad about down there? What you mad? Why you have to be mad? It's on the game. Alright. So, we'll see if this is what I'm thinking of, but we gotta go to the second floor. Yep.
failed to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gage. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Palevale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Okay, so anything I can say to possibly explain what the hell that is supposed to mean is pure ass pulling. I think it's just there for a dumb little meme joke thing, but it is interesting how the only things that are relevant to that quiz question are things that are like, one, the Lakeside Amusement Park is right by the Lakeview Hotel. Nathan Avenue is the road you have to take to get to the hotel. And then it references Walter Sullivan again. Walter Sullivan being the guy who murdered 2 kids and denied it. I killed them, but it wasn't me. So it's very interesting. It's like, it's directional, as well as trying to remind you of a figure in denial of something. Did they actually set up Walter Sullivan in this before? People have argued about that. Personally, I say no, because I think Walter Sullivan here, because, well, one, they don't mention he's a serial killer. They just say he killed 2 people. And he did it with an axe. So, if I had to make an assumption, I think it's a reference to a book called Crime and Punishment, which is one of the influences to Silent Hill 2. Yeah, I killed those kids, but I am not their murderer. But one of the books that influenced Silent Hill 2 is a book called Crime and Punishment, and the main character of that, Raskolnikov, kills 2 people with an axe and spends most of the rest of the novel in deep denial over whether he did it. I did it, but, it was super justified. I was super right for doing it. I think, Walter is just a reference to the plot of that book. And also just the thematic idea of running from your past, which is a very, very common occurrence in Silent Hill 2. But, Walter comes up a fair bit, so some people do speculate, yeah, they were working on Silent Hill 4, what would be coming around this period. However, I don't think Silent Hill 4 was originally intended to be a Silent Hill game. Ergo, setting up Walter Sullivan for a game that would not be part of the franchise at all, in my opinion. I don't know. It could go either way, honestly. Alright, so what we have here is the fridge. Let's try and open it again, because it's heavy for James, but maybe our friend Maria can help us. I'm sure I'll just by describing by saying how great he was like Napoleon. I think it's a mockery of Hegel. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I never thought about it that way. Like, it's sort of like a commentary of philosophers of the time. Okay, that's kind of interesting, because yeah, Raskolnikov was a man of education, so that's fair, that's true. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it?
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Got the lead ring. What up, gang? Just review bomb my old company because I felt like it. God bless Glassdoor. Just put a little dab emoji in chat there. But we have 2 rings now. And, well, first of all, Maria's back to just being a straight bitch again. It's like, oh, you can't do it. You're supposed to be the big man, you fucking pussy. Like, immediately demasculating him. So, let's look at the rings. So, what we got in the basement was the copper ring. I found it in the basement of the hospital. It's engraved with a picture of a spider. Let's examine this. So, what we have is a copper ring engraved with a spider. Okay. Copper. Copper is a light, airy metal. Okay. It's much easier to carry around than the other metal we're going to look at in a second here. But what's engraved on it is a spider. Now, spiders are interesting in this example because they are like female predators. They're predatory creatures that set traps and let their prey fall into it. They don't do much active work ensnaring their prey themselves. They let the prey come to them, basically. Okay, so what we have here is the lead ring. What we have as lead is we have a much heavier, weightier metal. And it is engraved with a disgusting, bloated face. Sick, and looks sad. I have very sad eyes there. So we have this bloated face on this much heavier, weightier ring that also can cause poison. Lead poisoning is very real. So it is a disgusting, bloated face on a heavy, weighty metal. This heavy burden you have to carry around with you that also is linked to sickness. Compared to a much lighter, shinier, easier disposable metal, like copper, engraved with what is a female predator on it. In my opinion, this is a very stark, clear example of Mary and Maria. We have Mary represented by the lead ring here as this heavy burden to carry around. Anyone else ever stick themselves with a pencil in elementary school? Think they had lead poisoning? I don't know if I ever did. I don't know actually. But we have this heavy burden that is represented of a sick, bloated face that has some link to poisoning and illness. And we have this very light and airy metal, but with something predatory on it, which I think represents Maria. There's some more details about Maria, and kind of a really interesting blink and you'll miss it horror situation involving her, and things that she is saying that don't add up. But we'll do it next time we get a big cutscene of Maria. But yeah, essentially we need to take these 2 rings and put it on the door to decide, the lady in the door, to decide our fate. She will judge sin and sinner alike. With these 2 representations of James's wives, I guess, in this scenario. What is interesting, though, is I want to compare this to Pyramid Head for a minute, where I made a big deal with the Great Knife, Pyramid Head lugs around with him as this heavy, weighty metal burden that he drags around with him constantly and hampers him. However, he's going to ditch the Great Knife. He's never going to use that again. On the flip side, we see him with a spear for the rest of the game after this. This light, airy metal that is much easier to use and maneuver around with. Food for thought. Well, no more wasting time. Let's go to do that little storage room puzzle. Get us some free resources. And we'll just beat the level. And we'll be done with the hospital in under 2 hours. Alright. That ain't bad. We are making way better progress today than I expected, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. So, let us go. Alrighty, gonna get over here. And we will get... Okay, first of all, we can just pick this up for free. But really what we want to do is look at the box here. I believe it is 3, 1, 3. I got stabbed with a pencil twice in my public school career. Now we have a shitload of resources. Basically, what we can do now is just pick up the shotgun and just use that forever. Alright, let's go. Getting stabbed with a pencil, never fun. 0 out of 10, would not. Alright, so only one thing to do. Now let's not forget, the Lady of the Door. She will judge sin and sinner alike, and if you are judged by her, you will fall by the weight of your crimes. You will go down. Alright, keep that in mind. So let's combine, there we go. Copper ring and the lead ring. Door's unlocked. Well, we're gonna pass the Lady of the Door. And where are we going? We're going down. So this is the 3rd floor. There's a note on the ground. Inside is some kind of hard to read writing. I took the director's key, the one at the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I am not a criminal. Alright. Going down. We're at the 2nd floor. Not allowed. We're at the 1st floor. Not allowed. We're going all the way down. I don't have a map of this area. So we are beneath the basement's basement. Yet denial again. I stole it, but I'm not a criminal. I'm totally not. So, we're beneath even the basement's basement. We're at the lowest point so far. Guilty as fuck. So what's really interesting is she judges sin and sinner alike. We have 2 people here. Maria is right here. Interesting. Actually, wait, we need the pistol. We need the pistol for this. I want to show something off. This sequence is ruined on hard mode. If you play the game on hard, this is usually a very tense sequence that is ruined because you can actually fail it. So, let's go. Oh, I heard something. What could that be? Something's back there. Something's back there. It's fucking Pyramid Head! And he has a spear. Alright, so basically the gist of it is, you have to run here as fast as possible, you have to stun lock Pyramid Head by doing 10 shots into him, and then you have to run away. Because if you take too much damage, with Maria, you will just straight die. And Maria is dead. Sin and sinner alike were judged. We went down. We fell by the weight of our crimes. And we paid the price. The executioner passed the judgment. This track makes me feel hollow. It hits incredibly hard even after all the years since first playing. It's beautiful. Mandolin, I believe is the name of the track. It is beautiful, unironically. I know it sounds like an exaggeration because it's a fucking video game and video game music, so who cares, but this is, again, like, there are some tracks in this game that I think are genuinely beautiful, and this is one of them. I don't know, like, it perfectly captures just the complete emptiness that James is feeling right now. It happened again. He was forced to watch essentially his wife die again. Whether or not we can trust him for his recollection of events, it's very clear this shit's hitting him bad. But Pyramid Head now has a spear. He has ditched the Great Knife. His heavy burden is gone. And for the rest of the game, that's all he's going to use. Notice how he only gets the spear after we spend a significant amount of time with Maria, and also the, what is it? Also the ring puzzle with the copper ring. Interesting. Black Fairy is a wild track. I'd have to really sit down and think, like, what are the ones that really do it for me? I'd have to sit and think. Like, that might be something to do tonight before we finish up tomorrow. Oh boy, so this is the next two notes we're gonna get are another set of extremely interestingly written ones. So I like this a lot. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. Long shot, but do you think the spear is a male sex symbol? What? That's crazy, dog. That's so out there. It's not like the sexed up version of James's dead wife, constantly flirting, getting killed by this uber masculine sexual monster with a long phallic weapon could be a sex symbol. No, that's crazy. You're a silly guy. But he who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. I fucking love this line. So, obviously, like, this is a paraphrasing of that famous quote by Nietzsche, or Nietzsche, however you want to pronounce it, of, beware of staring into the abyss stares back at you, what have you, right? Like, it's a very famous quote. It's one of the most overused philosophical quotes ever written, but this is a really interesting phrasing of it. The idea is, alright, so he who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss. This is interesting. So it's not enough that you have to look into the abyss. You can't look into your shadow, your deep darkness, whatever is behind you. It's not enough to simply look into it and say, yep, I've confronted it, and move on. No. If you are not bold enough to be open about looking into your abyss, that deep darkness, if you are not willing to be looked at from across it, to be open and honest about it, you are not truly looking into it. You are not truly facing that abyss if you are not willing to be viewing it. If you are not willing to be seen, to be acknowledged for having it. I love that line. That's some real haunting shit. The spear is a dick? What? No. That's ridiculous. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Also worth noting, first thing you see is an advertisement for the Lakeview Hotel. The destination that the game is pushing James towards extremely harshly. Oh yeah, emulator freaking the fuck out. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Oh, magnifique. Oh, c'est perfect. I copied them onto my map. Got the hospital lobby key. And there we go. So here we are. We have finished Brookhaven. Laura is wandering off. She's fine. She's just gone. But yeah, c'est perfect. Unfortunately, like, I did want to play original hardware. It was not looking like it was going to work out. So this is the best third option that we had to work with. Well, it has been 90% fine so far. It's just that 10% is going to bother me in post. I know I'm going to be mad about it. So Dave and I have spoken a lot about Silent Hill 2 over the years. This is something we both agreed upon. For all the little things we kind of butted over, this is something we both agree upon is, for a game that generally has pretty good writing, this is some of the worst writing I have ever seen. And it actually bothers me. Stupid sleep, getting in the way of watching wall texture chat. I'm sorry. But this is something that kind of bothers me, if I'm being honest. Let's just go forward. Use the hospital lobby key. So that's interesting. You're locked in the hospital until you get that key. You cannot leave without it. You are locked from the inside. That's interesting. It's that very, like, nightmare scenario of you can't escape something, but... Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura has run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking... I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. Okay, so I hate that line. I hate that entire sequence. If at this point, you can't put two and two together that maybe there's something fucky going on with James's story, that just may as well bash you over the head with what it's about there. Like, it's so on the nose and unsubtle. I don't know, like, I feel like if you remove that entire dialogue sequence, the entire game is stronger as a result. Maybe I'm just, like, overreacting, maybe I'm just talking shit, but in general, I think that adds nothing, and if anything, actively removes from the game. Because it makes... Yeah, taking what? Revenge? Yeah, it's like... Exactly! That's where everyone's mind is gonna go. And it's like, well, you're not gonna put 2 and 2 together. You're gonna wonder, like, maybe James wasn't quite the loving, doting husband that he's trying to portray himself as. Yeah, so now it is dark. This is one of the unfortunate things about playing on an emulator, is that if this was on original hardware, it would be near pitch black, and you would not be able to see anything. Like, it is insane how dark this section is on original hardware. I love it. It is horrifying. So yeah, it's like, I think if you took that entire line out, that entire low dialogue sequence, it would improve the game. Straight up. Because it makes it so obvious about what the big reveal is gonna be, to some degree. Like, even if you don't get the specifics, you're gonna know maybe James isn't quite the big softy he's portraying himself as. Maybe he's a bit more of a cunt than we think. So, let's go over here. And look at something that I think is pretty interesting. So this is an enemy we're only going to see 3 times in the entire game. Let's see if we can find it. Get a good look at him. Where is he at? Where is he at? Where's he at? Where's she at, actually, to be correct. There we go. We'll pause the game. Do you support Doom 3's gun or flashlight choice in dark areas? Honestly, I thought about it, and my answer is yes. I think it is a very interesting idea. My problem with Doom 3 wasn't that. My problem with Doom 3 is I didn't commit to that. Because in Doom 3, by the second half of the game, it becomes a full-on shooting gallery. And the thing is, it's a pretty fun shooting gallery, all things considered. Like, I think Doom 3 is a good game overall. I do enjoy it. But its use of lighting was one of the stronger aspects. And as the game goes on, it becomes less of the forefront, and its horror aspects kind of go out the window. I think the biggest problem I have with Doom 3 is it doesn't commit one way or the other. Like, it doesn't go full balls to the wall crazy action, and it doesn't go full spooky space horror. I really wish it went one way or the other and hard committed to it. Because as it is, it feels like compromise. Like, oh, we have to appeal to Doom fans, so we gotta make it an action game. But we also want to make a horror game with all of our lighting and audio technology. So, it's this weird halfway in between, and while people have kind of come around to appreciate Doom 3 for being a game that is genuinely ahead of its time, I think people can look at it and say, it's sort of a what could have been scenario. Where I think if it fully committed to the original beta idea of, yeah, you're not the Doom guy, you are just random security personnel. So when demons show up, stealth is a viable option. So lighting became important to the stealth system. It would have depended on execution, but I think that would have been a good idea for a full-on space horror game. Yeah, Doom 3, the original fence sitter, exactly. It's a fence sitter. Do you want to be like Doom 1 and 2? Or do you want to be like a full-on horror game? I don't know, like, it didn't gum down one way or the other, and I think that's the game's biggest problem. I digress, though. This is the Mandarin. You only see this enemy 3 times in the entire game. Here, the Labyrinth, and the very last area. So I think this enemy is somewhat underappreciated. According to the Book of Lost Memories, it symbolizes feelings of overwhelming, incomprehensible anguish. That is a quote. So, I think it's fairly obvious from the fact that it's very feminine like the other monsters. It has this flesh dress it's wearing. Once again, as you can kind of see, the legs are exposed, and you can see that down there. I think, once again, it's very obvious that this is not only a female monster, the one opinion, man. I think it's in line with basically every other monster in the game so far. It is a very feminine creature. Well, you can't call it the Mandarin. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have to. That's what it's called. But, the thing is, look at its hands. Now that you've gotten a good look at it and we've paused, let's walk around it a bit. Let's see, how's it attack? As you can see, it's got mouths on his hands. So what we have here is this thing with mouths on his hands, and it is clinging on and hanging for dear life. Where have we seen this before? Well, what we saw it with was the Flesh Lips. In my opinion, this is actually a continuation of the Flesh Lips, which the Flesh Lips was a direct symbolic representation of how James viewed Mary. I think the Mandarin here is as well, but the Mandarin is more humanoid than the Flesh Lips. So it's almost as if James's perception of his wife during her illness is becoming... Damn it. Is becoming like less and less monstrous over time. Yeah. Oh, hell no. The closer's doing acrobatics now? Yeah, this motherfucker, he coming. Yes, they do reuse this design, though. They do slightly change it. Oh, shit. They do slightly change it for Silent Hill 3, but for the most part, it's the same design for the closer. We'll talk about the closer if and when we ever do Silent Hill 3. Can't get us over here. But what we have is, like, this enemy that, for the most part, is completely impotent. Feminine creature man hands. I don't think those are man hands. I think those are well, one, they're like swollen, bloated limbs. But what makes it is the mouths, which are the same mouths, these giant, like, vaginal maws that appeared on the Flesh Lips. But like the Flesh Lips, they are hanging on for dear life. But it's, as a comparison, where if the Flesh Lips was James seeing Mary at her most disgusting, in his view, of being this sickly, bloated mass hanging on for dear life, we have the Mandarin, after his experience in the hospital, becoming more humanoid. Like, you can see more of the human in there. Just food for thought. And I think there's one more monster in the game that is part of this succession of Flesh Lips, Mandarin, one more, and to Mary herself. But we'll get to it when we get to it. I just think a lot of people kind of tend to overlook this enemy as, they designed it, they just put it there, and they reused it. It's also funny how I can't do shit now I'm not on the grade. Alright, so what we're going to do is, James is, he's probably in a bad mood, alright? He's probably grieving. Maria died. Still getting hunted by Pyramid Head. Things are going bad for him. His life's kind of in shambles again. Let's go get fucking crunked. Let's go to the bar. Let's just go get blasted. Because that's what James would do, right? Oh, something bad happens. Better go. So we're going to cross the street here. We're going to go get crunked. Let's see. Aha, there we go. Step this way, and we will go let James go have a good time. Take his mind off things, escape the pain, the loneliness of it all. Let's just go in. Of course, we still have... There's a hole here. It's gone now. But now we have this. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. I love this. I absolutely adore this. There is zero reason for you to return here. None at all. No valid excuse. There's nothing here. The circle's only there because it was there from the very beginning. If I never got the note that said go to Neely's bar, and I just got the key, went to the apartment, went on, this wouldn't be here. There'd be no reason to go to Neely's bar. And the actual note we have is telling us to go over here. There's no reason to return. Only for thematic appropriateness. James has a grieving moment, goes to the bar to drink. And he gets yet another mocking message. You should just die if you want to see your wife again. might be going somewhere different. I love that. That is excellent attention to detail. Love that shit. Got the handgun bullets. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go. Oh, shit. Alright, so here's a question for chat. Why doesn't James leave? Nothing's keeping him here. I said it at the beginning, and it's still true. There's literally nothing stopping James from going back to his car and just hightailing it out of town. There's no reason. He chooses to, though. Interesting. I like that. It's one of the more interesting decisions for keeping a character in a setting like this. It's like James could leave at any time. He chooses not to. Alright, here we have part 2 of the letter from the hospital. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. There's your fucking wham line. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Okay, so this is the first instance of a note directly talking to James. Interesting. He's a man of the plan, born in a mountain, raised in a cave, fucking and trucking is all he craves. Yeah, actually, that's pretty funny. Silent Hill games usually, like, force you to stay in town. It's like, Silent Hill 1, like, every way out of town is, like, this gigantic, gaping abyss. Like, you're trapped. There is nothing keeping James here. He chooses to stay. He doesn't even entertain the idea of leaving. Like, there's no reason. Alright, so Maria's dead. The closest thing he would have gotten to his wife surviving. He's seen horrible monsters. He's got this pyramid thing hunting him. Here he is, and he's going forward. I like that. I really appreciate that about his character. He's a certified fart face. James Sunderland, husband, clerk, fart face. So, once again, I think people can put 2 and 2 together about the big important line from that note outside of directions is, I wasn't looking for truth, I was looking for tranquility. Is James really here to see his wife? Is that really what he wants? Does he really want to know whatever is, what's actually happening? Does he really want to know the truth? Or is he just looking for the peace of mind of, oh, here's my wife again. Everything's fine. Everything's peachy. Who knows? It's something you gotta be open with yourself about sometimes. And that's what Silent Hill 2 is largely about. He'll ever be smacked upside the head from me. Yeah, James is, he's a bit of a dope. Well, what are you gonna do, right? He's a simp for holes. Well, and speaking of holes, there's gonna be a lot of holes we're gonna be jumping down in a minute here. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. This door is open now. Welcome back, Wolf and Trek. We are continuing our Silent Hill 2 journey. He's not here for his wife. Yeah, after 24 hours. No, it's cool, man. Like, we're doing long stuff. He's not here for his wife. He's only here for himself. Okay, man. Ever played Lost in Vivo? Yes, actually, I did a review of it. I thought it was interesting, but I wasn't crazy about it. But apparently it's been updated ridiculously since I did the first review, so I really got to go back and re-look at it. Apparently it's like much different now. I'll be honest with you, Lucifer. I'll be real, my friend. I don't want to talk about golden showers. It's kind of gross. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, it's not for me. You know, if people are like, if people are into that, it's like your thing, you know, fun. But I'm gonna avoid that for the rest of my life. He's not here for his wife; he's here for himself. Exactly. But I still love this game. 5 out of 5 would recommend it. Exactly. Like this is basically just like a big love letter appreciation stream. Say the word. I can't say it. Don't say it. Don't think it. Don't say it. But welcome back, Sticky Rick. Hopefully, you can catch any of the stuff you missed because we were talking a lot. But yeah, he's only here for himself. Like, is he truly here? I remember my favorite part, Rosewater Park. We're actually getting to my favorite part of the game. Very soon here. What do you think of when people say RE7 is copying Silent Hill 2? I think it's copying the initial setup, but what it's doing with that setup is so different, like, it barely resembles it. Like, it's only copying Silent Hill 2 in the most vague ways. Like, if anything, it's copying the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. No, I've been here all along, I just didn't say anything. Okay, well, as long as you've been, like, just chilling and enjoying. It's cool, brah. It's cool, brah. Small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. Where is it? Where? No, it's this way. Speaking of RE, I did a late Domitress cosplay recently. Far out, man. That's pretty fun. Back in when I was doing cosplays and such, I did Nero from Devil May Cry 5. That was actually a really fun day. I enjoyed that. Yeah, if you want to post a link cosplay, sure, why not, man? It's fine. It's all fun. I'd post a link, but I only have images, so I'd have to upload to Imgur, and that would require me stopping to play the game, so fuck that, right? I am here for the Silent Hills. The Praying Woman. We can read this. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. So, for the record, Jennifer Carroll is actually a member of the Silent Hill cult. She is one of the founding members of it, as we'll learn in Silent Hill 3. It's all on my Insta. I'll take a look at it. I don't want to like post it on the actual stream itself, since that's kind of like, you know, taking so much image, stealing it. Silent Hills? Silent Hills. Nah. I mean, Silent Hill 3, yeah, the Silent Hill cult, right? Like, Jennifer Carroll is one of the original members of it. Basically, I believe she was burned for it. Fair enough. It's like, I don't know if I want to, like, steal actual stuff and post it on camera, you know what I mean? I'll take a look at it in a second here, though. But what's kind of interesting about this is it is our first connection to the old history of the town. Silent Hill 2 has been completely self-contained up until now, and even the connections we're going to get from here on out are all extremely, blink and you'll miss it, we'll call it. Huh, interesting. It's not a private account. Yeah, also, I would have difficulty with it. I'd have difficulty with it. One second here. Yeah, it might be challenging. Just a minute here. Just a minute. Just gotta reset up. I just saw a thing Wes made. I just saw it. That's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna post that in the finished product when I do the recording. That's fucking amazing. Alright, so we will continue though. Oh, yeah, there's items over here. Let's pick those up. Hell yeah. Yeah, they're your typical non-judgmental Christians, I see. Well, I think it's kind of like a tit for tat, where it's like, yeah, that sucks that she died, but also the Silent Hill cult sucks too. So, it's like, who's the real asshole here? The passion. Passion's a double-edged sword, man. I'm gonna put that in the finished video. It's too good. It's too good. The Church of Scientology. I mean, basically. It's got that. I mean, I granted Scientology as it is like way more of an open scam. Where Silent Hill, I'd say, the Silent Hill cult's like way more full true believers. Like, L. Ron Hubbard knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. Oh, we're gonna see my favorite roadside sign. Do we pass it by, or are we gonna see it? Ah, here's my favorite. Your ad. I should actually try and edit the real video. Honestly, if you did, that'd be fucking hilarious. It'd be a little too much work, but it'd be pretty fucking funny. That's it, man. I took big U damage. They punched me. Alright, so let us go. A little forward. Alright, so parking lot here. Hey, buddy. There we go, and we'll kick him in the face. First aid kit. Alright, so where are we? We are at a boat launch. Just down here would be a boat launch. So the boat launch is like maybe 50 feet max from where we're at right now. Keep that in mind. Put a pin in that idea. We are like 50 feet max for the boat launch. But where are we? We are, well, we're at reloading time, but we are at the Silent Hill Historical Society. This is my favorite part of the game. This is some good shit. I love this. Honestly, we might just do the Historical Society and call it, because we're actually pretty close to the end, all things considered. Like, we're well over the halfway point. But I love this part of the game. This is kind of the peak of it for me. Which is weird, because like, I actually think the end game of Silent Hill 2 is stronger than the first half, but that's just me. Let's save the game. So what we have here is a first. See, usually, when we see doors, like, it's like their just lock is broken, it can't open it. Or it's something you can open, you just walk through with a little loading screen. This is the first time, like, these doors are torn off the hinges. Something came in here, and it was like tearing ass to get in here. And what we have here is a picture. Now, this is interesting to me. I think I know what that is supposed to be. I think I do. I think that's supposed to be the final boss arena. I don't know, though. It's so low poly and so small, I can't quite make it out, but if that's supposed to be the final boss arena, that's interesting. I'm not sure if that means anything, or what it would mean if it did. Regardless, let's look around. Alright. So, just walking around, and uh-oh. If I could have a life-sized recreation of this, In a heartbeat. I would love it. I would put that everywhere I lived. If you walked through my front door, this would be the first thing you saw. If I could own art, it would be this. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. 1. Pyramid Head's carrying the spear. Interesting. But also, they are in the boxes that... These bodies are in the boxes that the Flesh Lips were. Same design. But, my god, if I could have this. Oh. Ah, so good. Look at that art. Beautiful. Also, this is just a little way to let you know. This is Pyramid Head's house. He's been hunting us the whole game. We're going to him now. Yeah, I'm not allowed to own art since the incident. Look, okay. I keep on forgetting I should try and paint this. You do not need to put in that much effort, but I would be very, very happy with it. Like, oh god. But, yeah, it's like, look, I just need a few couple hundred more terabytes for the extended Jill folder, okay, Bob? I need some more data. That's all. Please make special attention to his gross skin gloves, like his little Danny DeVito penguin hands. There's nothing useful written on them. Nothing particular. Here we go. You forget that would be very minimal effort. It's, I don't know, like to look like that seems like it would be quite difficult to make. Photos hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a Great Plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. I love the phrasing of this. I'm gonna give credit to the Happy Video Game Nerd / Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who did a stream of Silent Hill 2. He made a really interesting point about this that I never thought about, but the way this is phrased is so interesting, because, like, okay, what grew? The plague? The hospital? Both of them together? It's phrased to be extremely ambiguous, and I love that shit. Like, that's good horror writing right there, right? Let your mind fill in the details like that shit. Ah, it's so good. Photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person in town. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? Remember this image for later. We're going to be seeing this very shortly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now keep in mind, we are in right here. We're at the Historical Society, just at the Nathan Avenue sign. We're at the lake. We are at lake bed right now. And this is a staircase going down. Listen to that hum? Listen to that? You hear it? Hear it getting louder? It keeps happening! It's a horn. I warned you about the stairs, dog. I warned you, bro. I told you about the stairs. It just keeps happening. So yeah, we are now impossibly deep below the earth. It should be physically impossible to be where we are. Let's go forward. And where the fuck are we? Some kind of document that's lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. Can't read the rest. What is this? We're in prison. We are in a prison. Underneath the lake, at the very bottom. Underneath a large body of water. Huh. Reach for the sky. Gotcha. Damn, look at him we go. Alright, we'll go in here. Ah! Oh shit. This is the painting. But let's not go here yet. There's one more thing I want to look at. Oh, where are you? Right in the dick. Well, I mean, I guess right in the vag, but you know how it is. You know how it goes. I want to go in here first. This is a room people tend to overlook. Hand bullets, but we have 3 pictures here. All very interesting. Let's look at this one. Photos hanging here. Toluca Prison Camp. I love the way that's phrased. It's not Toluca Prison, it's prison camp. It kind of brings to mind the idea of like POW, internment camps, those kind of things. Like, it paints a worse picture than just calling it Toluca Prison. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. Photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. So, I suppose what I find interesting about the Historical Society section more than anything else is the idea that Silent Hill was always fucked. In Silent Hill 1, they imply that it was the Alessa incident that sparked everything. And there's sirens in the background, sorry about that, but it's what it is. But they imply that the Alessa incident is the spark that caused what is happening in the Silent Hill games, that caused the nightmares to come to life, etc. That it was the first real bad shit that went down. Silent Hill 2 shows that's not the case at all. Silent Hill was always fucked. And Silent Hill 1 is just a footnote in a long stretch of what went down. But I really like what's said here. Death by skewering or strangulation. Yeah, the sirens are fitting. Doomed is going to the other world. The sirens. Oh no, I'm going into my personal hell. It's like I instantly go out the door. The game glitches. I'm playing Downpour. Like, oh, the brand new PC port of Downpour came out for free. It's already installed. I'm instantly playing that. And it's like, no. But death by skewering or strangulation. This is interesting. So if Pyramid Head is something of a executioner, we'll call him. We've seen him skewer someone. We've seen it. We haven't seen him strangle, though. Interesting. Put a little pin in that. That's important. I'll talk about that much later. And here we have what is one of the most important images in the game. And for the final video, we're going to put a much higher res version of this. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and White Banquet for the Gods. It is very hard to get a good look at that. A strangulation with gross glove Danny DeVito hands. Oh no. I love his dumb Danny DeVito penguin hands. So here's the thing. That's Pyramid Head. It's the pointed red, rusty red, hooded robe. The robe he wears. The fact that he is an executioner. That is Pyramid Head. And in my opinion, I think this is where James got the image of Pyramid Head from. I think the version we are seeing is his nightmare, hastily remembered concoction of what this is. Because he mentions he and Mary love going to Silent Hill. It was a vacation spot for them. So if he went to the real historical society, he would have seen this. And I think this is where the idea of Pyramid Head came from. This is the basis of that image that only grew and grew and grew and grew. So what we have now is a version of this historical picture of an executioner, the Crimson and White Banquet of the Gods, that James's mind and his own personal baggage has warped into the Pyramid Head that we see now. That's at least the way I look at it. I could be wrong, who knows? That's just kind of how I see it. Alright. Well, the hole's dark, and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? There's nowhere else to go. And we are at the bottom of a well with a puddle of stagnant water. So I would love to know how many people quit the game at this section, because there's no indication of how you get out. Like, you're stuck. This is it. Just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. I would love to know how many people got stuck here and just turn the game off and never bother to continue. Like, you could not make this game. No modern game would try to pull a trick like this on you. You couldn't do it. It's one of the many reasons I think Silent Hill 2 is a game that can never truly properly be remade. And on the flip side, you can never get a game like it again. Because no game from a big publisher, even a lot of indie games, for being blunt, are going to be willing to put you in a situation like this, where you are truly trapped and alone, and just let you sit and stew on that idea. Just a wall. There's a way out, of course. There's always a way out. But I would wonder how many games would be willing to do something like that in this day and age. Oh, wait. Huh, this is different. Just the spot here feels different than a normal wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. And there we go. There's always a way out. You check the menu for the stab option. Waiting for something to happen? That's honestly... Yeah, people would just Google it nowadays. And I think that's specifically the reason that no one would take the chance. Like, studios don't want to do that. They just, like, they want to have you instantly finish it, so they would have, like, the main character either say, maybe I should start bashing all of the walls. Or they'd have, like, a text pop-up say, objective, break the walls. The walls of Jericho. But I had to. Attitude era, I'm sorry, I had to. But, okay, so... this is, like, specifically for Rick. I think you can kind of start to see what I mean, where it's like, I said Omori was the Silent Hill RPG. There's a lot of differences in presentation, but thematically, and with a lot of tonal stuff, it is extremely similar. Or an extreme zoom up to an objective with glowing outline. Exactly. They would literally have it glow yellow or something like that. Like... every time I see that meme video of the Silent Hill 2 remake get posted, like, it hurts because I know how accurate that would be. If they ever do a Silent Hill 2 remake, it's gonna look exactly like that video, except maybe slightly less exaggerated. And I say maybe. I genuinely don't know. Yeah, they are very similar. Like, it's why it really struck me. It's like, oh, it is quite similar. Very captivating. But once again, we are at even deeper. Yeah, you think it's the game about grief at first. And then it starts to change a little bit. Get over here. Coward. And then, starts to surprise you. But once again, we are now in an even deeper prison, surrounded by stagnant water. Yeah, you find out it's about... Spoiler. So, you know what? I think it's about time we gotta talk about what the stagnant water means, because we see it everywhere. It's the first image you see in the game. It's all over the fog and Otherworld. The mold that you see all the time is a response or caused by this. It is everywhere. So it's probably about time we actually just get to what the fuck is the point of the stagnant water imagery? Well, this is where some Shinto comes into it. So let's talk about water symbolism. So in Shinto, there's this term. Rick is just asking for something to spoil it. Like, we'll see. But I think, unfortunately, one of the problems I have with Silent Hill 2 is it really ham-fists foreshadowing towards this point of what the big reveal is going to be. And even if you don't know the specifics, you can kind of guess maybe James was kind of a cunt in Mary's final days, and maybe the game's about that. Well, I think that's fair to say with all the information we have presented so far. But in Shinto, there's a term, forgive the pronunciation, called kagare. Now, kagare means unclean, and kagare can relate to a few things, but the most notable I found were blood and water, where the idea of you have this flowing water, like rivers and things like that, like flowing, healthy, natural bodies of water, are spiritually clean. But kagare is spiritually unclean and tainted water, which is symbolized by stagnant water. Or in the case of blood, it would probably be blood no longer flowing because the person's dead. Kagare blood kind of thing. So the idea of, like, this, every game is a sewer level wall. Fortunately, this game has a hallway. It's only this hallway that has this. But with the idea of kagare, about every area in Silent Hill 2 has this stagnant water imagery, except for 2. Because if you paid close attention, and I didn't bring this up, and I regret it now, but if you paid close attention to after the very first Otherworld transition, right after James has finally been challenged on his Mary died 3 years ago story, it's raining. It is flowing water. It is spiritually clean water for the first time in the entire game. Okay, that's interesting. There's one more moment we will not see flowing, spiritually clean water, not kagare. It's like Dark Souls and swamps. Like, ugh, God, I can't wait to be mad at Elden Ring's inevitable swamp shithole. Can't wait. But the question is, what could this spiritually unclean, stagnant water mean for James? Because this is all his mind. Well, it could mean, in those however many years, like, he's saying 3 years, but the story's kind of starting to fall apart. However many years his wife has been dead, however long, James has become unclean by the inaction. His life hasn't moved on. It has been stuck in that moment, in that almost like purgatorial state. And he has become unclean as a result. And there's more we can get into, but unfortunately, we're going to have to save that for later. But I found that very interesting, since I think it kind of lines up, but who knows? We'll go in there in a second. We'll go in here first. This is something the Evil Within stole. What the hell kind of room is this? Got the spiral writing key. I press the switch, but nothing happens. The flashlight's out. For the first time in the game, James no longer has his light. Ever since getting it. Ever since getting his light from a representation of his wife, with the exact outfit that she had on that day, he has had that light. Now it's gone. But there's a way. What if we just put this in? What's it in it? Gross. Alright, so this is a randomized puzzle, like a lot of the other number-based ones. Alright, it's wrong. Wrong, okay. Wrong, okay. Wrong, okay. There we go. Yeah, so unfortunately that's completely randomized. Yep, so coded in bugs. The second the light comes back. Now let's use you. There we go. Alright, so what we're gonna do is, we're gonna take a look at this. I got stuck on this room wall. That's what I'm saying. What games would do this? Would have, like, layered puzzles where the dungeon before has the item that you need to progress now. Like, games don't do this shit anymore. Like, they don't, like, try to really make you test all your options. Where it's like, for all my problems with Silent Hill 2, it does stuff like that, and it's very interesting. So the Evil Within stole this. This is the ceiling. These are the walls, and we are coming out from the floor. So, where is... Yeah, everything else wasn't too bad. No, it's not. It's not that bad. That's the thing. It's just like, no game tries to take risks like that. And it ends up, like, the bug room ends up being an extremely memorable part of the game because they took that risk. And they let you try to find your way on your own. Very cool. Spiral writing key. And once again, I am going to save state because this is a CG cutscene coming up ahead, and you may have to reset. I'm gonna save state that. Groovy, groovy. Alright. Make sure the audio is not desynced. Should be good. Alright. We shall jump in, and the image will become more obvious. Out of the floor, down the hall.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Max Sterner would be proud. Hell yeah. Sterner posting live in 2021. Anyone who looks at me is a spook. They must be dealt with accordingly. Oh yeah, Eddie and his fucking gun. So I love that cutscene. I fucking love it. And this is where Eddie's voice actor really started to win me over. I think the scenes he has after this, he does, for the most part, a pretty good job. Like, I thought he was whatever up until now, but he does a pretty good job up from this point onward, where he sounds manic and pathetic at the same time. Where he's just whiny, but completely erratic and just off his chain. Where it's like, where he starts complaining, like, it's just like that stupid dog, man. He had it coming too. Like, he sounds like he's on the verge of tears while also just on the verge of blowing James's fucking brains out. It's great. And let's examine this. It's a corpse. The body is marked bullet holes. But so once again, I will bring up the point of Eddie that I really like, is the shot framing. Shot framing becomes important again. So, Eddie, through the entire game, every time we've seen him, has been shown as being beneath James. Every scene. The very first scene in the apartment complex, he's shown as beneath him, groveling over a toilet, throwing up violently. Second scene, he's beneath James. James is looking down on him again. He's sitting there eating his fucking pizza, looking dopey. Here, once again, Eddie is shown as being beneath James. James walks up to him, looks down at him sitting on the floor, and Eddie's just rambling about how, that guy came after me. He was totally gonna get me, and but he was also like making fun of me with his eyes. And when James challenges him, just for that you killed him, Eddie stands up. What do you mean, just for that? For the first time in the game, Eddie and James are on the same level. They are 1-to-1 with each other. And with one exception, Eddie will never be framed as being beneath James ever again. And the moment that they become on the same level is when James is challenging Eddie about motivations to kill others. Very interesting. Let's move on. I think that's awesome. I love that shit. So before we pick this up, we'll look at this painting. It is the cafeteria. Oh man. It's the cafeteria. However, it is the cafeteria, and you can see the same picture in the back, so it's kind of like this endless looping sort of thing. Very cool. Let's pick this up. It's the tablet of the gluttonous pig. We'll look at that in a second. We'll save the game. We are in the prison cafeteria. Metal tablet with gluttonous pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. And there we have it. Pretty obvious this is supposed to represent Eddie. So let's talk about this. This is actually a depiction of an Aztec god. Now, you're going to have to forgive me, because I am terrible with the Mesoamerican pronunciations of things, so you're going to have to forgive me for this next chunk of the game, but this is actually a depiction of an Aztec god, Tlahuizcatl, I believe is how it's pronounced, which is a war god, which is aligned with the planet Venus. And Tuala's Kaplan Tekli is more commonly associated with having a poison dart as a weapon that it would shoot at people. Kind of like a gun. A very primitive gun, don't you think? And it is a gluttonous pig depicted in eating food. Sitting down. How can you just sit there and eat? But it's a depiction of a war god. Huh. Interesting. Let's move on. So first things first, we gotta get the map so we're not completely lost. Get out of here. Get out of here. There we go. Quetzalcoatl? No, Quetzalcoatl is not involved in this game. We have two more, though. We have two more we're going to talk about. Maybe four if we do Born from a Wish. Quetzalcoatl, is that how you spell it? I think it might be. Again, I'm definitely not an expert in Mesoamerican mythology. So, I'm doing the best I can, trying to put together information, just for the sake of Silent Hill 2. But... 1 minute. You know what? If you want to take a shot at pronouncing it, I will write it down in the chat of what Tuala's Kaplan Tekli looks like. Just a minute. Just writing this down. There we go. That is the... I'm trying to pronounce. That is the god it's depicting. Alright. I love how oppressive the audio design in the prison is. Just this constant bang, 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 bang. Just... God, it's so oppressive sounding. Locked. Yeah, it seems close enough. Like, obviously it's not ideal, but I am far from an expert when it comes to like Mesoamerican shit, so I'm doing the best I can. Alright, so let's go through here. You know, for a Civil War prison, it's a little bizarre that there's so many modern amenities we've been seeing so far. It's kind of impossible, like two-way interview mirrors, things like that. Seems kind of impossible, don't you think? Alright. Got a lighter. Yeah, it's like, seems kind of impossible. Like, modern toilets, modern amenities like this, like, it seems a little strange. So, when you knock 3 times on this bathroom stall, you get what sounds like someone getting horribly murdered. Just instant and then silence. Silenced instantly. It's 3 times when you knock on it. Keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind. Is there anything else in here? I think it's just a save point. Yeah. We don't need to save, though. We just did. Alright, we gotta go in here, though. Reach for the sky. Hell yeah. Right in the gooch. Goddamn cool. Alright, let's look at this. Let's go in here, we'll get an item, then we'll read a note. That is interesting, and I can't quite make sense of it, but we'll use it as a little launch pad to talk about more things. We get the hunting rifle. The most powerful gun in the game, bar none. We're gonna save that for the boss fights. Jerk. There we go. Reload the gun. How many bullets we got? We got plenty. We got plenty. We're good for the rest of the game. The Room is the worst in the series. Silent Hill 4? I go back and forth, because, like, Silent Hill... Okay, so, first of all, I don't like Silent Hill 4. Let's get that right on the table. I think Silent Hill 4, The Room, sucks. And I had, like, a 10-hour stream where I just screamed into a microphone my pain and misery of Silent Hill 4, while also looking at, like, I did the full scripted video, where I sort of calmly and try to respectfully state my case for why I think Silent Hill 4 is bad. But worst in the series, I don't know. There's some bad Silent Hill games, like... I will say, like, when I did the Western game marathon, I was extremely surprised that Silent Hill Origins bored me to tears as hard as it did. Like, I was actually, like, genuinely shocked how much I hated playing Origins. At the moment, it sure felt like the worst one in the series for me, but if I really had to say, it's probably fucking Downpour. Like, Downpour's rough. Downpour's really rough. And at the very least, Silent Hill 4, it's the only one of the post-3 games... if I didn't know this is a name, I was thinking a person that was just speaking in tongues. Yeah, like, it's... That Mesoamerican mythology names, man. They're fucking crazy. But, yeah, I don't know, like... what is the worst Silent Hill game? Like, to me, it's such a hard question, and the fact is, like, of the 8 main games, there's 4 I like, there's 4 I don't, and I just kind of, like, don't bother to rank them outside of that. So let's read this note here. I'm not quite sure what to make sense of this one, but we'll use it as a diving board to talk about notes in this game in general. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. So, this just seems like a random tragedy involving the lake. A couple of them. But really what gets me, the real question I have is... Okay, so, 1918... 1938. 1918 is the official end, and 1938 is the often considered start of the World Wars. The end of World War I, the start of World War II. What relevance does that have? I don't fucking know. Or 39, excuse me. But, what reference? What point? I genuinely don't know. It is an extremely baffling little detail. I don't know why they put that there, but it's there. And it seems intentional because those are very specific dates to choose. So let's just kind of use this as a branch point. What are the notes? Because so far we've been seeing a lot of these kind of things that have nothing to do with James or his journey or any of the characters' journey for that matter. And all they are is just trying to express, like, very tragic events. Like, we have the notes in the hospital, we have the newspaper article about Walter Sullivan, we have this about the Little Baroness ship, and whatever was torn out from the 1939 part of the article. It's unclear, but the way I'd put it is... only, well, one, let's keep in mind, only 2 of these are products of the town that are directly speaking to James. Only 2 of the entire game. So, they can fill many roles, but for the most part, they seem like they are describing real events that have happened. So, as we have talked about before, like, there seems to be 3 layers to Silent Hill. There is the real world, where, say, like, what we're doing right now. If Silent Hill was a real place, if it were, for sake of argument, it would be what we would see if we went there, like everyone here. We just go there, it would be a regular tourist town, regular people doing their regular things. There's the Fog World, which seems to be like this dream intersection, where different people in the dream can interact with each other. And then there's the other world where people are locked to their own personal nightmares. Or it is one person's nightmare with other people sucked into it and trapped there. As was the case in Silent Hill 1. So, okay. But what are the notes? Well, in my opinion, the notes in Silent Hill 1 and 2, they're talking about events and people from that first layer, the waking world, that are real, for the most part. Notice how, though, all of them are talking about tragedies, crimes, or people's own personal turmoils, like the crisis of faith with the doctor or the suicide note from the roof of the hospital. Notice how it's always those. So, what I'm starting to think is, like, these are just, like, residual scraps of tragedy and misery left around. But why, though? Just put a pin in this idea. We'll come back to it at the very end. Well, let's go. Did I pick up the lighter? Am I a genius? Yes, I am. Hell yeah. Let us go. We got more to do. Alright, we'll go down here. Now it's locked. I believe it's this door that we want to go to. So this is kind of an interesting bit of audio design. Let's kill the lion figures around here first, just to get their walking thing to shut up. Let's kill them. Get them out of here. There we go. Get you out of here. So we're gonna reload the gun. Then we're gonna examine the map. So we are in the center of this like C shape for the shower block. So in the center, we have that droning, banging metal sound. Let's go to the corner over here. So now we have more of this droning hum. Alright, interesting. Let's go to the top corner. We have another droning hum. This one's different, though. It isn't constant. It comes in and out like a wave. I'm not sure why they did this. There's just 3 very distinct audio sections of this room. It is a strange detail. I'm not sure why they did it, but I appreciate that they did. Now, here we are in a shower. This is the most obvious depiction of it. In fact, if we go over here, there's a shower here, but it's broken. No water comes out. So we're in a shower. Okay? So this is fucked up. This one's... The full context will be made obvious later, but this one's fucked up. I got the Tablet of the Seductress. Middle tablet with Seductress drawn on one side. Found it in the shower room. So what we see here is yet another Aztec depiction. So this one is a depiction of the Aztec goddess of Mayahuel, a manifestation of the maguey or agave plant, which was an intoxicant. Usually, Mayahuel is depicted with a knife, and Not water. Kagare, sake, whatever you said. Kagare. Yeah, there's no water. There's no flow. It's all stagnant. It's Kagare water. But here's the thing. We have the Seductress depicting a goddess of intoxicants, of sort of a recreational drug plant. And the goddess is usually depicted with a knife, though. In her right hand. Yeah, intoxicant, the shine. Bob is listening. Bob is interested. But in her left hand, you see she's giving like that little like thumbs up motion. Well, that's because in the actual artwork of Mayahuel, you'll see she has a knife in her left hand in that pose. She doesn't have the knife though. Who had a knife? Doesn't have it anymore. And this is where it gets really fucked up. So we have the Seductress, based on a goddess representing an intoxicant, who is symbolic of Angela. Has shown some very concerning behavior about apologizing to James, and discomfort around James, and fear of James. And we find this in a shower. If you're not picking it up yet, we're gonna... Next time we meet Angela, we're gonna get some more context clues that are gonna make that extremely fucking cruel. The Seductress is her name on Rule 34. I mean, hey. Listen, right? I don't judge. I don't judge. Alright, so this is usually interesting. Unfortunately, it's going to be too hard to show this enemy off because of line figures making noise. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into here, go through here, then we're going to go to the other side and get what we want. Got the wax doll. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. On demon sacrifice and the art of demon summoning. Tome of the Seer. The Feast of the Succubi. The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. Hey, this is my library. I guess I shouldn't worry too much about these. What is also cool is that what we see on the wall here seems to be a prototype of what would become the Halo of the Sun in Silent Hill 3. And probably the most famous bit of imagery in the series. Like, I have a patch of it on my fucking metal jacket that I go to shows in. Very cool. Oh. Ow. There we go. I'm gonna kick you while you're down. Hell yeah. Like the gamer I am. Yeah, we're stacked. We're very comfortable for beating this game. We have a lot of resources at our disposal. Alright, so what we need to do is get up to the top corner. What I need to do is pause the game so I can catch up on my notebook, make sure we're on track here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we're on track. We're making progress. We are only at 3 hours, and yeah, I don't think we're gonna go for full 5 today. I think we'll be at like 4. If I really stretch, it'll be like 4.5. But now this is gonna be interesting. This is one of the other areas where it is. I gotta throw my hands in the air and say I'm not quite sure what to make of this. There's a bunch of paintings in here. Let's look at these. Woman in Flight. So this one seems pretty obvious. This one seems like, okay, it is a woman in flight. It's ladies flying, but woman in flight can also mean some woman evading something, running away from something. Who'd we know who's doing that? Right? Like, so that's interesting. Here's the one I don't understand. 436 people at a recital. I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. I've got to throw my hands up at this one. I have no idea what this could be referring to. Is there some significance to 436 that I didn't pay attention to? Did I miss something? Am I thinking at a weird angle and not thinking outside the box about what it could be? I have no clue. Like, this is the one that makes absolutely no goddamn sense to me. So, if anyone's got an idea about what this picture can mean, have at it. I should reload my gun. Hell yeah. But there is one that I can put together. It's the last painting. Hospital room number? Honestly, it might be. It could be. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not quite sure. It's such a very strange one, because we don't ever get definitive numbers for much of anything. However, I do know what this one means. So, pay attention to this layout. What we have here is a large 3-story building on what appears to be on a pier of some kind. So, like, we have the pier in the center. On the left, we have a light post. And it is a staircase up that you have to take to get to the front entrance of this 3-story large building. This almost mansion-like building. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. It's on fire, though. The Burning Man. Keep this in mind. This is going to be interesting later. Probably tomorrow, if I'm being honest. Now, here's where we're going to have to put on our listening caps, folks, because we're going to see an enemy in a second here. A secret enemy. Notice how James is looking? You can aim your gun at it. This is an enemy called the Prisoner. We can kill this thing. We get absolutely nothing for doing it. It cannot hurt us. We can't access it. We can't see it. For me, it's always like this. Maybe. Maybe there's something to do with that. But we can't see him. We can't access him. He can't hurt us. We can kill him. Yeah, it's a Joshua Graham cameo. He survived because the fire within burned brighter than the fire out. So, I killed it in my playthrough. See, that's interesting. You don't have to. You can leave it. You can completely ignore this. But what I find interesting is, what is it saying? Like, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let the audience kind of get a good listen for it, and then we'll discuss. Because there's 2 things I think I might be saying. Okay, so McCree's saying... Yeah, this thing freaked me out. This is one of the freakiest enemies in the game. It does nothing, but it's just guttural noise it's making. It's horrible. But Ritual. See, that's one of the ones I'm hearing too. And that was the first one I ever considered. However, when I tried to remove myself from the situation and tried to, like, listen to it on its own, I heard something else, and I think this is interesting. I'm hearing, "You should know." That's what I'm hearing. You should know. And that's interesting in the context of an entrapped enemy whispering, "You should know," while locked inside of a prison cell. We can go in this one. I heard that too. Yeah, it's like, I'm hearing "you should know." That's what I hear it saying. So we're inside of another prison cell, and there are magazines here. Nothing of particular interest. We have the last tablet. The Tablet of the Oppressor. Let's read this. This one is interesting. I found it in a cell. We have two figures on this depiction. So, this is kind of the interesting one. The oppressor, like, let's say the one on the right, the one pushing what appears to be a lady down, kind of manhandling it, that's not based on anything. That is an original drawing by the artist Masahiro Ito for the sake of this tablet in the art style of Aztec Mesoamerican mythology. That's an original creation. On the flip side, on the left, that is an actual depiction of an Aztec god. That is a depiction of... 1 minute. Oh boy, how do I pronounce this? We'll call it like the Oppressed, the one on the left. That is based on the Aztec goddess Tlazolteotl. Now, Tlazolteotl is the goddess of sin and is the patroness of adulterers. Now, another thing that I think is interesting is a visual callback this has. Now, I could be reading too far into this. I completely admit this could just be like art showing someone like this thing beating up Tlazolteotl over here. But when I see this, I am distinctly reminded of when Pyramid Head was manhandling the mannequins. It looks very similar to that to me. A very similar idea of just like fumbling around with the limbs of someone. Like, it reminds me a lot of that scene with Pyramid Head and mannequins. That's what I'm seeing, however. I could be wrong. However, this does lead us to the last time, fortunately, that we will have to mention Sigmund Freud, because I think this is a reference to something called the Madonna Horror Complex. So what we have here is the oppressor, oppressing, attacking, manhandling around the goddess of sin and adultery. So, for like a basic TLDR of this, the Madonna Horror Complex is, as Freud described it, a tendency for men to see women as either pure and saintly Madonnas, quote unquote, or these debased and filthy whores, quote unquote, with like no human nuance in between them. It's one or the other, black or white, up or down, A or B kind of thing. Now, and Freud pointed out saying, like, the dichotomy and split between people who really suffer with Madonna Horror Complex, as he described it, which, again, as we talked about earlier, no scientific evidence, etc. But, for the sake of this game's discussion, as Freud put it, the problem with people who suffer with the Madonna Horror Complex is that they want to have, like, their baser pleasures with the whores, but that disgusts them, and they truly desire the Madonnas, but because of what they associate their baser pleasures with, they don't want to pursue that with the Madonna, so they also desire the whore, and it kind of creates this cyclic loop in their mind. AKA misogyny? Yes. Pretty much on the dot. What we're seeing here, though, in my opinion, is I think what we're seeing with Madonna Horror being referenced is the dichotomy between Mary and Maria. Because what we have is a depiction of essentially the exact same person in wildly different styles. Like, we only heard a brief bit of Mary at the very beginning, but she sounds like very demure, very reserved, and as you can see, like, she has this very conservative kind of dressing style to her. And like, when we read her letter, like, it's just like very somber. I was taking a shower. Are we talking Freud again? I promise this is the last time we have to talk about him. But it's about Madonna Horror. And so we have like this very demure, kind of passive Madonna in Mary. Where she's very conservative, very soft-spoken. And, oh, I'm just waiting for you, James. On the flip side of that, we have the whore in Maria, where Maria as the whore is, like, she's explicitly sexual, she's flirtatious, she pushes back against James. She challenges him. But at the end of the day, these two people, as drastically, cartoonishly, I would add, different as they are depicted, they are the same person. Remember, just your hair and your clothes are different. That's it. That's the only difference. At least on the surface level. The iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. Iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. You get out on number 3. 3 knocks on the bathroom door for the sound of what is in the woman's washroom, I will add. That is the woman's washroom that had the knock on the bathroom jump scare. Now it's unlocked. We have unfinished business on this side, though. But essentially, we have, in the woman's washroom, we had 3 knocks on the door for the jump scare of what sounds like presumably a woman getting like hard murdered. Here, we have 3 attempts to escape the prison cell. And in that prison cell, we find the tablet of the oppressor. The gluttonous pig is Eddie. The seductress is Angela. I wonder who that could be. So this is interesting. That is the sound of horses running across tracks that are playing here. Now, this is fascinating. So what we have here are 3 nooses. And down here, what we have are 2 triangle-shaped men holding sticks with someone hanging in the middle of them. And 3 slots underneath. Pay attention to that image. We're going to be seeing that again in a while. But, yeah, gallows, yeah, got 3 nooses. We have 2 triangle-shaped men, 1 person hanging in the middle, and the triangle-shaped men appear to have spears on them. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the painting. Beneath the painting are 3 square depressions. Use them all. Here we go. Well, solve the puzzle, everyone. But what's this? You got a horseshoe. So, we got all the tools we need to finish the puzzle. So I didn't talk about it too much, but this game has some genuinely terrible puzzle design. I'm trying to be positive, but this is one of the bigger issues Silent Hill 2 has, where its logic, more often than not, just boils down to rub the thing on the thing and hope for the best. And this is one of the most infamous examples of such. So, let's go. And having the combine feature just makes it even more awkward. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. You know, if there was only some kind of pry I had, something that I could just, like, pry this door open with. It's too difficult though. Instead, what we're gonna do is let's take this wax doll, let's combine it with this lighter, I'll combine it with this horseshoe, and we'll make a handle. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Will you jump in? We're jumping down another hole. For a third time, we must go down. Turn my page over here. Excuse me, what? Like, yep, what? That is probably the most infamous puzzle in Silent Hill 2 for pure nonsense. Like, yeah, it's very 90s point and click. I think the puzzle design is the weakest aspect of Silent Hill 2. It's either brain dead or the most frustrating, baffling shit on the planet. There's no middle ground. Alright, so let's check the map here. We are in the basement. No way up again, so let's check the doors. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. I have literally never seen that in every time I've played this game. I've never paid. That is nutty. Who do you think would have been a better character for Dead by Daylight, Cheryl or James? Honestly, like, in an ideal world, I would have said neither, because for artistic integrity's sake, I would be like, yeah, I think it's kind of cheap to have something like Silent Hill 2 as like, here he is. It's like, imagine if in Dead by Daylight they added Jack Torrance. That's kind of how I feel about like Silent Hill being there. It kind of cheapens it, but if it had to be anyone, honestly, I would have had Harry Mason, and I would have had Shattered Memories Harry Mason, because he's literally doing Dead by Daylight survivor tactics to escape the monsters. He's pulling down pallets, he's jumping over vaults, like, he's literally just doing Dead by Daylight shit. So I would have had him, but I like Heather. I think Heather's one of the she's the most fun protagonist of all the games. So I think having, like, Cheryl / Heather there is, I think that's the right call. I think that was a good one. Gotta go, this stream just made me want to play this. If you want to play this game, if you want to do it, absolutely do it on your own. We are about to get to absolute spoiler territory. We are on the verge. We are on the verge of the big reveals. And if you want to go in and experience this firsthand for yourself, this is 100% the point of no return, time to leave kind of thing. Because, like, we're gonna talk about some stuff. Well, there's only one door left down here. What? Must spoil it. Well, look, I mean, if someone wants to do this blind, this is 100% the time to get out. Like, I don't think it's ruined the reveal yet. There's still a lot of surprises. Okay, bye. Take it easy, Wolfenstrike. Thanks for coming by. Once again, there's a lot of free ways you can play this, so I highly, highly, highly recommend this. There's nowhere to go. We're trapped once again. Or are we? So, as you can see, like, there's always, like, a thick line representing a door. The thin lines are walls, thick lines are doors. There's no door here. This is uncharted territory. We're going head first in. Oh, I love this room. Did that just move, or was it my imagination? The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. He'll never say that again. It looks like in the hole. There's something in the hole. It looks like it's all dismembered. No, I can't look at it anymore. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. He has unique lines that he will say once, and only once. And this is the best one. This is fantastic. My god. In the hole? I didn't see that. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. That's so good. It's so good. But it's just like bodies stacked on top of each other. It's like you can't see a ceiling either, so it's like, does the body stacks just go on forever? Do they just go up forever? Like, it's so nightmarish. Love it. And we have another hole. This corpse in this hole. Once again. And this one's rank. Like, this one is fucked. So let's go down. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Will you go down? So number 4. This is one of the most horrible noises I've ever heard in my life. Like, this is genuinely unpleasant to hear. Alright, well, there's another hole. Another hole? Do I really have to drop through it? Will you go down? Number 5. It's making my skin crawl. It's horrible. Ah, the sound is terrible. What we have is a way forward, but nowhere else to go. Lock is broken. I can't open it. I don't have a map of this area. It's an elevator. And where's this elevator going? It's going down. Almost like wind blowing through a hole. We're going all the way down. So this goes on for like a good solid minute. Like, it's long enough to let you know, like, oh yeah, this is down. This is all the way down. Impossibly so. And there it is. And we are in the labyrinth. So this is sort of this game's equivalent to what Nowhere was in Silent Hill 1 of the I had to shower dude who's going to be in the plastic baggie and coming with me. Just put your phone in the plastic baggie and just hearing about going down holes. Yeah. There's no going back. You're going to the deepest part. And this is interesting. You don't have a map of this place. But as we move forward, as we will move forward, going through. Oh, right in it. There we go. James will start drawing his own map. Interesting. Almost like we're mapping something that holds a very specific Very specific purpose for our main man here. Let's go see if we can find something interesting. We're going down again. Once again. Hey, buddy. It's Pyramid Head. It's the man of the hour. And it's also the Mandarin. They are now beneath. Well, later. I love this shot. They never repeat this camera angle. Just this image of this rotating cyclic fan. Once again, the cyclic imagery of Silent Hill 1 becoming much more prominent as the game reaches its conclusion. Ever rotating fan. It just look down on him. It cuts him out constantly. This ever-present red glow. God, the camera work in this game. And Pyramid Head does big damage, so we gotta heal. Speaking of big damage, though, we got these guys hanging out. The Great Knife. Massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. You have the Great Knife. You've picked up the burden Pyramid Head no longer wants. And there we go. That is completely missable. That's completely optional. That's quite easily missable, if I'm being honest. Oh, wrong way. I really like the labyrinth section. Like, it's so basic. It's like this 1970s hardwood aesthetic. But if you've ever read the book House of Leaves, this is kind of how I imagine the labyrinth from the Navidson house is described as. It's just like this ever-changing hallway of bare hardwood. It's kind of how I imagine it. Soon you will wear the head. Oh, if this game gets remade, you know for a fact they're gonna have like goofy skins where you get to wear Pyramid Head's helmet. You know that's what a remake of Silent Hill 2 would have. Oh no. Oh, this game would suck. Oh, you could... I do, like, we'll get into... Actually, before we stop today, we'll probably get into the #1 scene that, to me, is like, yeah, you could never remake this. I'm shocked they even made this in 2001. I am astonished this game got away with what it did. And we'll get to it. It's a very big scene. House of Leaves is so good. Abso-fucking-lutely it was. I really like that book. So what we have here is a steel box. We are now in Cube, ladies and gentlemen. Now the puzzle is you have to get over here. So what we gotta do is we gotta go over here. We gotta flip this around to change what the order of the doors looks like. Let's reload. And as you can see, we have done it. I'm in a save state right here because we're going to get yet another pre-rendered cutscene. A Cube 2 Hypercube? Maybe. Maybe. Alright, so I'm just going to save state right there just in case because this is yet another pre-rendered scene. And this is the best cutscene in the game, bar none. When I think of Silent Hill 2, I tend to think of this scene. Not to hype it up too much for anyone who hasn't seen it, but I really love this scene. Well, let's not waste any more time.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Oh boy, I love this sequence. Like, everything about it is executed to fucking perfection. Like, one, it's a scene where the voice acting is good. And, well, I think the person who plays Maria and / Mary here, Monica Taylor Organ, like, she always does a good job in every scene. This is one of her better scenes, especially. The way she goes back and forth between being Mary, whiplash to Maria. Excellent. Excellent shit. Like, the shot framing is fantastic, where it's like, you have these bars in the center. Once again, the imprisonment symbolism coming back. But during the cutscene, you can't see the door on her end, and you can't see the stairs on James's. So it's like, who's the one imprisoned? Who's the one behind bars? Like, it's neither. It's both of them, kind of. It's just like they're both kind of trapped together, but on the opposite side. So fucking good. What a horn dog? Exactly. But then he's like, one, I'll shit talk Guy C's vocal performance a little bit, but that line drop, like, one, his exasperation, the whole situation is excellent. But then it's just like that very subtle, like, I don't know. It's like, oh yeah, oh he fucking wants to, but he can't admit it to himself. He can't admit that he does desire that. She's just gonna wait there forever, too. Excellent shit. Excellent shit. So, let's get through a few discrepancies. I think it's time we talk about some of the things about Maria that ain't adding up. Well, one, she seems to have memories of Mary. That's weird. She's also the one who first directed you to the hotel, which the game is really pushing as James's final destination. She's the one who first did it. I like how the jail cell could easily represent Mary being trapped within their own broken body. Yes. Yes, it absolutely could. It absolutely fucking could. Also, this bed. We're going to see that bed again later. And there's another shot involving that bed that's going to be mirrored, I think, twice more throughout the game. But she's having memories that she should not have. And now is directing James specifically to a videotape in the hotel. That, I wonder if it's there. And she's able to whiplash back and forth. But there's a really telling statement that she has. When he says, "Aren't you Maria?" First thing I realize is, I am. If you want me to be. I can be whatever the hell you want me to be, James. Oh, let's go down the list here. So, another thing worth noting. So she keeps saying James's name a whole lot. She's been saying it a lot recently. Here's a question for her, chat. When did James tell Maria his name? At what point? Unless I'm missing something, he never does. She just knows. And he never comments on this. She seemingly dies, comes back, the butterfly tattoo on the stomach, knowledge she shouldn't have, acting as a guide. She can guide James, she can hurt him. If you haven't picked up at this point that Maria is not a person, yeah, he didn't, exactly. If you haven't picked up at this point, Maria is not a person. You haven't paid attention. So, here's the thing that's worth noting. Don't you think Asano could be forcing her to play the role of Mary? I think she is... We'll get more to my specific thoughts on Mary and Maria at the end, but I think it's plain as day obvious she is yet another monster of the town. She is just like all the rest, and more specifically, she's just like Pyramid Head. Like Pyramid Head, she can help and hurt James. She acts as a guide, a tormentor, everything in between. She is creative for James. She's like Pyramid Head. And what's really interesting is there's a scene where, don't forget the bowling alley, she specifically rejects going in, and Laura somehow evades her, despite the fact that she looks exactly like Mary, who Laura is looking for herself. It's because they can't see her, and James can't be seen having her there with other characters not interacting or acknowledging her presence, because that would break the illusion. Only James can see Maria. She's yet another monster of the town. But what's really interesting about that visual comparison between her and Pyramid Head, which I'll get to in the end, I'll get to sort of the parallels with those characters at the end, is this is a recreation of the first shot you see Pyramid Head in. The first time you ever see Pyramid Head, it is in an the same setup. Just FYI, some guy gave you 30 lemons. What? What? One minute, I'll go to chat. I'll go to D Live. Oh, shit, man. Warrior UK? Warwick UK? Oh, shit, man. If you're watching, I'm sorry. Oh, now I feel bad. Now I super feel bad. It was like a while ago, too. And this is why I hate Restream. Restream really just does not show lemons, and that's really annoying. It's like, come on, man. Come on. Ah, sorry, Warwick. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So, but, do you know the yellow and the red god, if I may ask? That's Silent Hill 3. I think the only... Okay, so I know what the red god is. I think the red god is pretty self-explanatory. Like, there's a lot of stuff. If you've seen the Ragnarok's videos on both of them, honestly, like, I think Ragnarok's, for all the problems I have with him in general, a lot of his videos about Silent Hill, excluding his Silent Hill 4 defense, which is the most half-assed thing I've seen in my life, but a lot of his Silent Hill content is genuinely really good stuff. So I'd highly recommend seeing his videos on the red and yellow god. The yellow god is the one I still... I don't agree with his take on it, and I personally... I'm gonna have to reflect on it. Like, if and when we do Silent Hill 3, because unfortunately, if I'm being honest, Silent Hill 3 is kind of an if at this point, if I'm gonna do the same treatment we're doing for 2. If I ever do it, though. Wait, the King in Yellow? Not quite, but maybe. Like, that's the least satisfying answer, though. I was like, no, but maybe. But, you know, if we ever do Silent Hill 3, I'll have to sit and think about what the yellow and the red god could be. So, not quite sure is the answer, but have some ideas. But, as I was saying, like, this is a shot recreation of the introduction to Pyramid Head, where Pyramid Head is on the opposite side of the cage, with James's back to the camera, on the opposite side of his side of the cage, both staring at each other. You can't see either's entrance. I swear Fred made an allusion to being house. No, he did not. He did not. But I'm wondering if, considering how much this series references old horror literature, I'm wondering if it's a reference. I don't know. It could be. Who knows? But oh boy. Yeah. This is a visual illusion. Yeah, this is a visual allusion to Pyramid Head, connecting Maria and Pyramid Head together. Just interesting food for thought. I don't know. Got the wire cutter. And thoughts on Evil Within? I did see that. It's just, unfortunately, it was a cutscene. Couldn't really say much. But thoughts on Evil Within are, I didn't like it when it came out, and I didn't play the sequel. I think Evil Within 1 is a game I do have to revisit. Because the thing about Evil Within is that I went in expecting something that I didn't get. And in my defense, the reason I expected it is because the game, the marketing promised it to me. I was promised by the marketing traditional survival horror. I didn't get that. What I got with Evil Within 1 is janky Resident Evil 4. That's not at all what I wanted. That's not what I was promised. And I went in very disappointed that's what it was. But I am willing to admit that if I go back to it, and with the knowledge of what Evil Within 1 actually is, I might have a more positive opinion on it. I fully admit I am. So it's one of those games I'm going to have to revisit one day. That requires buying it again. Oh, shit. That's going to require buying it again just because, like, I got rid of my copy of Evil Within 1. I think I gave it to a friend. Hey man, sup? Good game. That's awesome. Hey man, thanks for stopping in. We're having fun. I like how she has a really nice chair, but the outside where James has just stools. Exactly. Almost like the cells place where she's most comfortable. I agree with that. I have it on PS3. I had it on 360. I was very much looking forward to that game. I thought it was going to be like a traditional, legit horror game, but it's, you know, it's janky It's just janky Resident Evil 4. Evil Within should be like dirt cheap on console. Exactly. Like, I'm looking at again, like on a Steam sale, it should probably be like $10. So I could probably get the PC port for like under $10 at this point, and just install whatever mod will fix the letterboxing issues, and we're good to go. So, did I run in a big circle? I did not. I'm gonna stick around and call a friend to watch it. Hey man, thanks for watching. If you dig it, just just like chill. It's all good. Evil Within 2 was better when they went off the rails and have fun with it. See, that's weird, because like I've heard everyone say Evil Within 2 is way better, but I look at Evil Within 2 and I see every open world game ever made. So I don't know. Like, I'm gonna have to play both of them. I gotta give both of them more of a chance, because I've kind of written Evil Within off as trash. But I will fully admit I went into the first game with the worst possible expectations, because it's exactly what the game is not. Granted, that is the fault of the marketing, but I should have known there was some marketing fuckery going on with it. And then, of course, you can get into the design stories about how Evil Within was never supposed to be a horror game, and Bethesda was the one that forced Mikami to turn it into a horror game. And that's why it's this weird halfway point. Ow. But, you know, that's just a bunch of development gobbledygook that most people don't care about. It's also not really relevant. It's like, at the end of the day, maybe it's a good game that I just didn't give a chance. Maybe it sucks ass. Even though 2 is just another open world game, but at least it was the vision I wanted to instead of just a horror game. Fair enough. I don't know. I'm gonna have to try both of them. I'm gonna have to give them both a fair shake. I don't think it's there. Whoa! Hey, One Doom Game Critic. Your channel is currently being featured on the DLive homepage. We made it, boys! We made it to the big time! We did it! We're making this happen! Oh, hey, Pyramid Head. So I do appreciate that Pyramid Head is just an element walking around. I've always really liked that. It's like, in the labyrinth, in the deepest part of James's mind, Pyramid Head stalks. I really like that. Hey, you're playing on what console? PC or PlayStation? I'm playing on PC. Unfortunately, the original plan was to play on PlayStation 2 with console capture. Unfortunately, I had some issues at the very last minute with the audio setup. Yeah, we're all gonna make it, lads. Our man finally made it. He's a streamer cuck now. I did it, everybody! I did it! But I'm emulating the PS2 version. The original plan was original hardware PS2. Unfortunately, my console capture setup wasn't up to the task, and it was only not up to the task at literally the last minute. On the flip side of that, I tried the PC port, and the PC port is, well, one, if you get the Enhanced Edition mod set going, it's great. The problem is, one, it's a very demanding game to get every single one of those mod packs going. But the absolute worst element, in my opinion, the worst part about it is when OBS happens, it freaks the fuck out. Like, it hates OBS recording, and especially OBS streaming. It hates it. And it causes the whole thing to just freak out. So, unfortunately, this is like Plan C. And we're just emulating it. It's mostly fine. We've had very little issues so far. But yeah, nice man, good going. Exactly. We're at the front page, everybody. We did it. We have 2 viewers, but we're at the front page. That's all that matters. We're fighting against cryptocurrency, mostly. But it's fine. We're making it. Alright, so, no more of that silly stuff. Let's move forward. There's a newspaper on the ground. My friend told me there's a difference between the North American and Japanese versions of Silent Hill 2. The only difference I can find any bit of information about is there's some minor censorship in the American version. There's minor censorship towards the very end. However, there's not, unless I'm mistaken, I think they're very closely identical. I don't think there's anything like really major, like sort of like with the Bloodborne or the Dark Souls games, where there's some major translation hurdles that really recontextualize a ton of shit. I don't think Silent Hill 2 has that, to my knowledge. I could be wrong though. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible, excuse me. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the lying face down. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Oh boy, I'm getting tired. So 4 hours straight. Cut me some slack, boys. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but a crime of passion. Wait a minute. Stabbed to death? The blade is stained as something red. Wait a minute. So I don't do this very often, but if you're sensitive to really grim shit, might wanna call it, because this next chunk of the game it doesn't explicitly say it, but holy shit, it is really obvious what they're doing, and it's as bad as you think. You have been warned. It's getting grim. Abstract, yeah, it's... Oh, we're getting to the real shit now, ladies and gents. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's strange. Yeah, trigger warning. Unironically, yes. This game could, one of the reasons you cannot make Silent Hill 2 again, there would be a trigger warning. And this scene would lose its power because you'd be waiting for it to happen. You'd know it's coming. So, yeah, this is where shit's gonna get a little dire, so just saying it for all the folks watching on the stream. This might be the time you might turn away for like 5-10 minutes. So this is the Abstract Daddy. It is a bed frame monster with 2 legs and what appears to be someone on someone else's back with a gigantic penis head, and its attack is mounting you. It is as bad. Best time to be featured on the homepage. Oh boy howdy. It's as bad as you think it is. It is exactly what you think is happening, what this means.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never...
I love how he only pushes back as the door is closed and Angela's out of the room. I really appreciate. I like that. That's a very good detail. Yeah, men only want one thing, and it's disgusting. Yeah, don't forget the clear sex imagery in the walls. So we look at the one. Listen to walking on the floor. What that sounds like. It's this wet, fleshy noise. We have flesh walls, flesh everything, and we have holes with things, these cylinders going in and out constantly, forever, surrounding you, and they appear to be these metallic piston-like things, like violent. Yeah, he pushed back the end. Also reassure himself. Already, like, is 100% it's for himself at that point. He could not give less of a shit what Angela thinks. It's just for his own peace of mind. He's not looking for truth. He's looking for tranquility. It is these, like, metallic pistons, these foreign objects forcefully going in these cylinders. It is as bad it can possibly get in this scenario. They are not hiding it at all. They never say it, though. They never once say it. Can you fucking believe Konami published this game? Pistons, the town is an engine. I think it's more the idea is it is a strong metallic thing forcefully inserted. Forever. And you can make of that what you fucking will. This foreign object, unnatural. You can make of that what you will with all of the contextual clues. Daddy, no. Please stop. Oh boy, where the fuck do we start with this? Yeah, can you believe Konami published this game? Yeah, the Majima singing video. You know, like, I think that is a palate cleanser we could use right now. Unfortunately, I'd be running from our problems, so we gotta face them head on. This is fucked up, you're goddamn right it is. This, to me, this scene is why you could never remake Silent Hill 2. You could never do it. No studio would dare do something like this again. Like, can you name me AAA games released in this day and age that have subject matter like this, presented like this? Like, the closest I can think of, like, this is the, like, okay, like, let's say Last of Us 2, like, just example of a popular, quote-unquote, boundary-pushing AAA game, right? When that game has, quote-unquote, subject matter, anything remotely resembling this, which it doesn't come close, but when it has anything remotely resembling this, what it does is hammer down excessive, I would say excessive morality on you. Like, let's look at Abby's camp, where it's like, commits this horrible, cartoonishly evil murder, but then we flash back and we show them having literal orphan puppy hangouts. It's like, it is cartoonish in both directions, and that is the writer's idea of creating moral ambiguity, or a grim situation. And here, it doesn't even use the word rape. It never even says it. It's not subtle. You know exactly what the fuck is going on, but it doesn't pander and talk to Andy. If this game was made today, there would be a scene of James Sunderland getting on a soapbox and doing a big rant about how you were taken advantage of and it's not your fault. And it's like, okay, like, there's no room for letting the scene speak for itself in modern game storytelling. Everything has to be spoon-fed to the player. Nothing, you can't have shit like this where it just lets it leave, where the main character fucks up. James completely fails at resolving the situation, and if anything, he makes it worse. You can't have that. I don't know, like, this is one of the reasons why it's like, you can never make a game like Silent Hill 2 again. The fact that this had this subject matter 2001 is fucking astonishing enough as is. But let's talk about Abstract Daddy. Like, we already kind of got the big stuff. It's pretty fucking clear what happened with Angela. We have someone named Thomas Orozco stabbed to death. History of drunkenness and violence. Angela is in this room saying, "No, Daddy, please." One thing I find interesting is that the monster doesn't hurt her. It's not like actually attacking her. It's just sitting there, just close to her, and that's enough to just cause her to go completely in the corner, cowering, in just mortal terror of what this thing is. I really like that. Well, I don't like it, it's horrible, but I appreciate how effective the scene is. Also, another thing worth noting, Angela stops talking like a child here. Her word choice is much more of her age, of like 20s. Like, it's much more appropriate to her now. And she's making pretty bold accusations against James. Any truth behind them? I don't know. But, you know, I think the scene kind of speaks enough for itself. It's as bad as you think it is, and it ain't getting any less grim from here. I wonder if Angela saw the monster as a real dad, or like James sees Maria. I don't know. That's an interesting idea. I don't know. Face covered with a piece of paper, some written on it. Hung for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. And if Angela would see Maria as a monster, that's kind of interesting. It's like, would they see them as monsters? Would they see them at all? I don't know. This man was hung for the crime of counterfeiting. Crime of kidnapping. Crime of murder. Thievery. Arson. There we go. Well, let's go to the other side here. Now, what do we see? Fucking nothing. That's such an effective walk-in. Let's look at this. Only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull a criminal's rope and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. Dead men swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone gray? Watch them as they twist and sway. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in a frying pan, served him to his hungry guests, and gave them seconds on request. The next one, with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. Breaking into a home at night, the thief, he had a nasty fright, filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morn in the county jail. The artist with his daunting skill tried his hand at painting bills, but caught in the rain he was undone when the ink he did use start to run. With promises of great return, taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up out of sight, quietly slipped off into night. 3 houses and ashes burned, the sheriff, with no place to turn, did spy a stranger in his town, locked him up and beat him down. Dead men swinging in a tree, how many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide, round their necks the noose be tied. I think you have to lose your innocence to see the monster. James lost his selfishness and James losses to selfishness growing up, where Angela's is taken from her. Laura, being a child, is innocent and wouldn't see them. That seems to be one of the interesting things, where, okay, so we have confirmed that James, Eddie, and Angela have seen something. They see things. Laura, it's not clear, but it's hinting towards no. And of course, the only other character, Maria, is a monster. She is a product of the town. Very interesting. There's a rope hanging from the ceiling. Will you pull it? This is an extremely evocative image. Well, nothing left to do. Let's go. You got the key of the persecuted. The paper that was covering the corpse's face is lying here. Well, there we go. Only the truth can set you free. Is there a full map of the town? I think there's not a full map, but I think for up until I think some of the Western games get a little finicky with it, but Silent Hill 1 to 3, and to a lesser degree 4, they're all pretty consistent with what the layout of Silent Hill looks like. It's kind of like you have the northern half of the town at the top of the lake, which is Silent Hill 1, and then you have Silent Hill 2 and 3 taking place at the southern half. All this imagery and symbolism makes me want to play Fatal Frame. I should try to get back into those. It's been many a year since I touched a Fatal Frame. I'd like to play 5. I'd be really interested in trying that. And that's coming to PC, so that's going to be very cool. And there we go. Is this the part? Oh, this is the part. Alright, so I'm gonna get on a different weapon because I want to try some shenanigans, and probably not gonna work, but we'll get the steel pipe.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no. What happened to you? Why? Why?
Mary.
Interesting, he says Mary. Second, he sees a corpse again. Maria's dead again. Interesting. There's a lot of theories about how Maria dies. I think they're all irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant. I think the fact that she is just dead again, this is a nightmare. It's not supposed to make sense. She's dead. That's it. Again. And where are we? Outside in a graveyard. Notice how the graveyard is just inside. Like, you can see the roof, and it's just like these bar lightings, things like that. Yeah, props to James for not losing his mind. Exactly. This has been a day. Got some shotgun shells. Name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read. Name inscribed on the tombstone: Miriam K. Traitor. So if you want some Silent Hill fan wank rabbit hole of people arguing about things, what is the meaning of Miriam K. Traitor? People have been arguing about this for literally 20 years now. I have no clue, and I do not want to put my name in the conversation, considering I have zero evidence for anything I can say. I have no idea. It's just very interesting how that is explicitly there. Name inscribed on the tombstone: Walter Sullivan. This is our last mention of Walter. The man in denial over his crimes. And who are we gonna see paired with him as well? Well, got the shotgun shells. What we see here is 3 graves lying next to each other. If Maria dies one more time, she gets a free ice cream cone. That's a hell of a deal, man. There's a deep hole here, but there's nothing inside. I'm pretty sure Team 4-Star made that exact joke. Wait, did they? Team 4-Star covered this game? No shit. So we have 3 graves right next to each other. 2 of them have bottoms. One of them doesn't. Rule number 7, boys. We're not done yet. We have to go even deeper. Let's read the names. It's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie Dombrowski. This is the first time we get Eddie's last name. Interesting. What's over here? Zero evidence, no idea what it means. You should make a 40-minute long YouTube video about it. Of course, naturally. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Angela Orozco. And there it is. Thomas Orozco, the man murdered, multiple stab wounds, was Angela's father. And Angela killed him, came to the town to look for her mother. Possibly killed her brother. Yeah, right now you're 6 levels down, or 6 feet down. Ah, interesting. Very interesting. The only way forward is to jump into your open grave, because who is the last name? Who is the final man? James Sunderland. So one way forward, boys. Let's save the game. The joke was Goku dying. Okay, fair enough. Like, I was like, wait, did Team 4-Star fucking do this game? And I never heard about it? That'd be crazy. Alright. There's only one thing. Yeah, don't forget to say, this is just my theory, and adopt a British accent. It's just my theory, mate, yeah. Oh boy, so I think this is gonna be the final. Yeah, this track is like thumbs up. Oh, it is. This game has amazing music across the board. Because the thing is, like, it's fine to listen to on its own, but in the context of the scenes that the music is placed, it is all perfect. It accentuates every moment. I can't think of a weak link. I had to say, this is just speculation. It's just speculation. All right. I love this transition. Go down. It's interesting there is a door. Very interesting. Go down further. Oh, it's so good. Never seen some sort of cloud. Something. It's a British video game documentary. This is a long ass hallway. Well, better start getting a move on then. Uh-oh. Blood red. Yeah, it's British. British tea and crumpets. I'm very sorry to the British audience. I'm just putting on my terrible accent because I think I'm a comedian. What can I say, right? Like, you know what you do. If you're a hack comedian, you gotta put on terrible accents, and then people will laugh at you. So when I go British, people, like, they'll clap and they'll laugh, and they'll be like, ah! The mold and the rust coming in hard. Is it rust? Is it blood? I genuinely don't know. I don't have a map of this area. So what could this be? Well, this is one of the more interesting scenes in the game. And I'm going to be saying that with every single cutscene we get going forward, because I think the end game is really strong in this game, so...
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it.
You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
Alright, time to fight Eddie. Best part is you can totally stun lock him to death with the pipe. He can't stop you. He can't stop you. I'm too strong. He's in my rhythm. It's over. Gunflame. Eddie became big. Alright, so let's talk about Eddie a little bit. You know, fortunately, we're going to have to use the shotgun for this part. We cannot stun lock him in the next phase of the boss fight. So there's just corpses everywhere. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, Eddie's going off full rampage. Yeah, he's power tripping. He's gone nuts. He's going for it. Has a gun besides to run up to. Well, see, this is actually kind of where it gets a little interesting. Notice how he had you at point blank and he missed his shot. Like, he was like slowly aiming it, like, He could have just shot you again, but he ran in. Notice how, like, he's very slow at aiming the gun. He's, like, kind of hesitant. So this is kind of where I become a bit of the Eddie defense force. Because everyone kind of writes Eddie off here, saying, oh, this is just Eddie the whole time. He's a total psychopath. He's a total piece of shit. I don't actually agree with that. Because, one, it's ignoring the context of, alright, let's just look at Angela, for instance. Angela, we saw her at her lowest point. She is now cowering in the corner, just hiding, waiting for whatever to happen, doing nothing. Because she's gone through. What is that leaking gas? It is cold storage. We are getting a look at Eddie's otherworld, and the next room will make it more obvious what it is. But it's cold storage, like steam. He doesn't want the murder, he wants the respect in the moment. That's pretty much exactly it. Keep in mind, Eddie didn't kill anyone. What'd you do? Robbery, murder? Nah, nothing like that. Eddie didn't kill anybody. And keep in mind, even back when we first saw him with the gun, he sounded manic and erratic. He sounded like someone at the worst. He sounded like someone on the verge of a complete nervous breakdown. He didn't sound like someone proud of what he was doing. He sounded just terrified of himself, mostly. Like, yeah, moisture in there is freezing, frozen air. Yeah, there we go. That's it. It's meat locker. It's kind of like this frozen walk-in freezer aesthetic. And we'll get more of an obvious comparison to what that is in a minute. But we gotta talk about this cutscene first. But there's a visual motif that is repeated in both the first scene where Eddie stands up and this scene. It's killing a person ain't no big deal. You just put a gun to their head. Pow. He killed himself and ran up to you. Nah, I think it's more hesitation. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We're not done with Eddie yet. But when he says killing a person isn't a big deal, notice how he's pointing the gun at his own head. And right here, when he says, if anyone makes fun of me again, I'll kill him, just like that. When he says, I'll kill him, he puts the gun to his own head. Now, I don't know how aware of it he is, but he is, consciously or not, whenever he talks about how killing someone isn't a big deal, or how he's going to get the people making fun of him, he puts the gun to himself. Whether or not he's aware of it, seems like that's more of the area his general frustrations are aimed at. It's like, Eddie killed, fuck. How many breads have you eaten in your life? How many people has Eddie killed? How many people has Eddie killed? How many breads have you eaten in your life? How many pizzas have you eaten in your life? The answer is none, because Eddie hasn't killed anybody. But one thing I do also like is at the very end there, when James says, you gone fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Eddie turns around, and the first thing out of his mouth isn't like, how could you say that, or how dare you say that, or something like that. The first thing Eddie says is, I knew it. You too. That was a great impression. Thanks. I can do voices sometimes. But yeah, the first thing out of his mouth is, I knew it. The entire time he was assuming James was just making fun of him. An anime reference from Wes? Nah, mate, it's fine. I've eaten a lot of slices. But, okay, so back on talk here, but the thing is, James never really said anything that derogatory to Eddie. He never really insulted him, laughing at him the whole time. No, he never really did that. Even here, he's just like, have you gone nuts? He doubts people. I don't think it's he doubts. I think he projects. I think Eddie thinks when Eddie's going on that big rant there, he's like, you're a fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. I don't think those are things people have necessarily said to Eddie. I think those are things Eddie says to himself. And I think Eddie is projecting most of that. Where's that loaves of bread thing come from? It's a JoJo thing. We're JoJo memeing. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is going to be okay. But I think and that's why when he's making comments like, if anyone makes fun of me again, I'll kill him. He's, whether consciously aware of it or not, he's pointing the gun in his own head, because he is his own worst enemy. I read it in a Playboy magazine. Based. Dab. And the thing is, this would also explain the pizza. If weight is one of his big bodily image concerns, then having food like that in front of him would trigger a negative response. Which, if that's what the town is looking for, which it seems like it is, it's putting James, Angela, and Eddie through their own personal suffering and turmoil right now. He was pushed to the edge and he just broke. Eddie sees himself that way and he's so insecure that he imagines others making fun of him. He's insecure. Exactly. Like, that's Eddie's big insecurity. And well, he did something. I don't think he murdered. In fact, I will go on record to say, are any of the dead bodies recognizable? Yes. All of them are James. Each and every one of these bodies is a James model. Like, this is the best one that you get a look at, is that one right there. But it's a James model. All of them are James models. So, I have an idea. I use the gun as way to waste proverbial dick around to reassure himself. He views murder as a power flex. Pretty much exactly. I don't think he is proud of killing anyone. I don't think he has. Because I think everything you've seen, every time you've kind of seen a dead body around Eddie, I think those are monsters. I think those are Eddie's monsters. Because the bed monster, the abstract daddy, that is Angela's monster. Isn't it interesting how James is the one who takes care of business? Angela and Eddie don't overcome the monsters. James does. Wait and see. As soon as we're done this boss fight, put a pin in that, we're going to immediately address that. Because that's interesting. Was it intended or they ran out of balls? 100% it's intended. In fact, there is one moment that is so intended. Like, there's one moment... The abstract daddies come back in the hotel. That's true, but tomorrow will show something interesting about the abstract daddies that a lot of people don't realize. But there's something very interesting about them. They're not James's monsters. They are not. They're Angela's. And there's something very interesting that I'm going to show off tomorrow. But I'm going on a lot about Eddie, but for minor spoilers, this is the end of his arc, basically. Eddie's completely just been consumed by his own self-delusions. He is completely just gone off the deep end. So this is kind of the end. There's no way out of this. But what I think his monsters are, as we did establish that James can see other people's monsters in specific situations, there's a little bit of crossover here going on here between their nightmares. I think we've been seeing Eddie's monsters the entire time. Whenever you've seen a dead body around Eddie, that's one of his monsters. Because, in my opinion, I think Eddie's monsters are just people. I think they're like very humanoid things, either directly making fun of him, or kind of the idea I like. And come here, this is all pure speculation. There's no evidence. There's like only the faintest glimmers of evidence for this. This is pure my speculation. I think Eddie's monsters are these humanoid people staring at him. Vacant expressions, doing nothing. Not saying anything, not doing anything, not attacking him, not hurting him, just watching him. And just that viewing, just having to be watched and observed at all times by these vacant things, humanoid things. Eddie's mind is going in fucking circles. What is it thinking? What does it want? What is it judging of me? And then he just has to keep repeating these same things to himself that he's been repeating in his day-to-day life beforehand. And then he starts killing them because he's already put everything together. He's already come to his own conclusion. He's already projected everything he's already thinking onto them. So these are his monsters. I think James is saying the others is Silent's way of making him redeem himself and selfishness. We'll get to it. Silent builds him up before bringing him crashing down at the final scene in the truth reveal. He might actually be schizophrenic. I don't think he's schizophrenic. I think it's pure. I think it purely just is projection. Eddie has a bottom of the barrel view of himself and assumes everyone must view him that way. And maybe he's had people rib him a few times. Maybe he's had that. But you have to remember, back when he and Laura were talking, and Laura just kind of called him a gutless fatso, he kind of just rolled with it. He kind of just like jokingly went around like, hey, what'd you call me that for? Come on. What'd you call me? What'd you say that for? Come on, man. He didn't express that it bothered him. He didn't set boundaries. So how many of the people who he claims are making fun of him were truly making fun of him or were just bantering? How much of that was bantering he just let get further and further without putting up any boundaries? All speculation, but we've seen that he will do that. Alright. Is there anything we gotta say more? Well, no. Well, there's other things we do have to comment on, but we have one more scene to watch.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie. Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
His little fucking commando line on the end there. Come on, Bennett. Let's party. Yeah, kill Eddie. It's time. So here's where we get, in my opinion, a view of Eddie's other world. It is this cold, empty, clean meat locker, where what we have here are slabs of meat hanging from hooks in the ceiling, hunched over, guts sticking out, what appear to be shorts on the bottom, hanging. Because this is how Eddie views himself. He views himself as this rancid slab of meat hanging on display. And that's what the town uses to mock against him. In this cold meat locker, devoid of really anything. It's very clean. It's very pristine. It's cold, though. I think this is Eddie's other world. It's never made explicit, but I think it's kind of a glimpse of what his looks like. Well, anything else to go on? So we get the reveal. What did Eddie do? He killed a dog, and he went to the owner, presumably someone he knew, and he shot him in the leg. So we can presume this might have been someone that Eddie either went to college with, or high school, like maybe a bully. And Eddie decided, yeah, you know, I'm gonna hold on to this. I'm gonna get my fucking revenge. But he didn't kill him. He could have, but he didn't. That's kind of an interesting little detail there, which, first of all, I will say this is one of the first major characterizations you can interpret one way or the other. Is Eddie serious about murder? Does he believe everything else is cold towards him and perfect? Yes. Everything is pristine, everything around him is cold and pristine, and he's this rancid piece of meat on display. Everywhere. And I'm just running in circles, so we got a lot to talk about, but this is kind of one of the first bits of debate of, do you think Eddie's rock bottom opinion of himself? Honestly, killing a dog makes him far more deserving of suffering in I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, it's bad. Don't get me wrong. Killing a dog is bad, but it's hardly death penalty worthy. You know, like, it's not like killing 2 kids with an axe. You know what I mean? Like, it's bad. I can understand why Eddie's like, no one will ever forgive me. But at the end of the day, to me, that defines Eddie more than anything. It is that line, no one will ever forgive me. Eddie acted in a moment of complete lack of impulse control once, after letting shit simmer and stew for God knows how long. And he didn't finish the job because he couldn't. He realized, oh, I fucked up. It's actually very similar. If you've ever read, killing a dog and shooting a guy in the knee is likely not the case. I will say one thing. If you've ever read, it's kind of like what Mark David Chapman. He said he enjoyed it, though. He said he enjoyed it to James. To James. And here's the thing. He's saying that now after Eddie has gone through his own Silent Hill adventure. He's gone through his own mind-breaking adventure. Like we've seen with James. Like we presumably can assume with Angela. Why are we not giving Eddie the benefit of the doubt here? Is he telling the truth? Yeah, Eddie enjoyed having the power for once, but like I was saying, Mark David Chapman, the guy who shot John Lennon, he had a very interesting statement from prison where it's like, after all this delusion and fantasizing about shooting John Lennon for whatever fucking reason, when it actually happened, he just got this oh shit sinking feeling in his stomach because he realized it wasn't the fantasy. It actually was happening. And I think that's kind of what happened with Eddie. It's like when he shot the dog and then injured the guy, he kind of had that sinking feeling of, oh, this isn't an intrusive thought. This is not like just a daydream anymore. This is real. And he just froze and left. Because remember, keep in mind, when he's talking with Laura in a much more relaxed, casual environment, which, in my opinion, that is the closest we see to the true Eddie. Just this kind of, like, everyday schlubby dude. He clearly feels bad about it. It's like, no one will ever forgive me. I can't go back. I ran away because I was scared. To me, it's like, that's the true Eddie. And this is what we're seeing after he's been pushed to the brink by the town fucking with him specifically. So, I don't know how truthful you can take a lot of what Eddie's saying here is. And keep in mind, for someone who said he enjoyed killing others, he was really hesitant to truly pull the gun on James. He aims off course. He's like, He's like swinging his arm away from, like, he's very hesitant to do it. Interesting. Very interesting. Is there anything left? Yeah, I think the character more than anything is summed up in his own words. No one will ever forgive me. He is trapped in his own cycle of self-hatred and stress from the situation and projection of the situation. And it's this vicious loop. And this is where it led to him. Yeah, exactly. It's not that other people won't forgive him. It's that Eddie can't forgive himself. Yeah, he missed on purpose. I think he missed on purpose. Like, I don't think Eddie is a killer at all. And when he shot the monsters that look like people, I think that's exactly what they are. Yeah, it's like he just wants to scare James off. It really comes across like he just wants James gone. And when James fights back, Eddie's the one to run away. He doesn't want this. Unfortunately, there's no way out. It's time, lads. And
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
damn, Eddie takes several shotgun shells. Yeah, so if I was to design this for like a quote-unquote remake of Silent Hill 2, if I were in charge of it, like this is all pure speculation. For this scene specifically, what I would have done is if you shoot Eddie, like say you just scare him off the first one. In this one, if you shoot Eddie, one hit kill, he's dead. Just make it a non-boss fight. It takes a few hits if you use melee, but if you have a gun, instant kill. Just like bam, one shot, he's dead. That's what I would have done, but I think it would have accentuated the moment a little more, and it made it like really sudden. Of like, oh, James just straight up fucking killed somebody. I think the math checks out. You fight Angela's monster, but you just fight Eddie, meaning he's his own worst fear. That's kind of what I'm getting at, so I think that's what they're going for. It could be wrong, who knows, but to me, that's kind of what it's going for. And here's the thing. I will say one thing. This kind of sets up the remaining character arcs for Eddie, James, and Angela. Essentially, the character arcs of the main cast, they begin running from or ignoring their past and their baggage. Throughout the game, they're forced to actually face their own delusions, their own coping mechanisms, their own lies to themselves in increasingly horrific ways. And at the very end of their arcs, they had to choose to either face the truth or continue to avoid it. And that's all three of them. Eddie here continued to avoid it, and the only way out was this. Once again, Eddie is framed as being beneath James. He's dead. He can't even examine the body. James really doesn't even look at it. It's a shame that James' sheer emotionless tone sort of sandbags a lot of scenes. I think IC is the weakest of the cast. I think Eddie's final scenes here, I think, are quite good. But I think I will say one thing in defense of it is that emotionless tone where he's like, I killed a human being, and then he just deadpans a human being. It's like, it's just kind of setting in. And it was like, oh no. The Virgin Eddie versus the Chad James. Well, one thing that is interesting is he mentioned Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago? After all, she did say to meet in the special place, our special place, and she's here waiting for you, James. Wait. There is nothing written on the stationery. One last note. I find something interesting about Eddie is he gets Silent Hill. Something about no other character in the series in the moment is that he gets it. Eddie understands what's going on with Silent Hill. This town brought you here too, James. We're not like other people. He is the only character in the series to truly get it. Why? I don't know. I have no answer to that. I just think it's interesting. Eddie, of all people, is the only one to get it. Even Vincent in Silent Hill 3, the really famous line drop, they look like monsters to you. Even he, I don't think fully gets it. Eddie seems to. I don't know what that implies, but it's very interesting to me. Yeah. No! That's just such a good mindfuck. It's such a good moment, dude. It's so good. Here's the thing. The letter's not done. There's more mindfuck moments for the letter. That's one of 4. I can't get the door open. Eddie's dead. He has been consumed by the town completely, leaving nothing left. Where are we? Where on earth are we? Warning. Keep out. Well, at least Eddie is lucid. Nah, Eddie's fucking dead. Self-loathing. Maybe he knows he deserves something bad. Maybe because Eddie accepted what he's done, he was released by James killing him. Honestly, maybe. Like, I always assumed, like, Eddie was consumed by it. Whereas, that's actually an interesting spin on it. Where he accepted it. Maybe he's in denial about being proud of it, but he understood what he did and what brought him there. He's not in denial. And that's why he gets it. That's why he's allowed to leave through death. Because that's, at the end of the day, what Eddie probably wanted. We went 50 feet for that entire sequence. We were in the parking lot, and now we're down at the boat launch that was just, like, a driveway away. This fucking game, man. This fucking game is so good. And this is where we're going to call it today. After this is the end game. This is the end. We're done. It's just the hotel and the truth being revealed. The conclusion. Shipping dock. This is it. 5 hours on the dot. Once again, I was not expecting to go as long as we did, considering we technically covered less material. But I personally think the Historical Society is like the best moment, but I think the hotel is a very close runner-up. This entire endgame is so strong. What's behind that door? Probably a storage container. It's probably something completely mundane and has nothing to do with anything, because you only went 50 feet through all of that impossible space, through all that nonsense. You went, like, barely any distance at all. Like, a few seconds of walking, maybe, the equivalent of. God, it's so good. Lemon? Yeah, sure, we'll do some lemons, why not? Oh man, we'll do some lemons here. Where we got some lemons. Alright, oh man, put some lemons. What custom amount? We'll do like do 22 lemons today. The game is about the patriarchy, poor Mary. No, come on, don't be silly. There we go. Go for the lemons. Be free, lemons. Alright, but yeah. Ah, boy. Honestly, it's probably just something as simple as, like, storage for the boat launch. That's it. There's probably nothing special to it at all. But I think that adds to it. I like that a lot. It's a very interesting little moment. They call me lemon grabs. Yeah, you got all of them, so there we go. That is the lemons for the day. And that is the, we're at the end of the stream for the day. I just thought I'd comment. They call me the Lemon Lord. Even in death, that bitch Mary is tricking James. God damn it! What time tomorrow? Probably the same time, around like 12 Pacific, maybe like 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Maybe we'll do a little later, but because this won't take as long. I think it'll be like maybe 3 hours, maybe. We're only doing one area, and on a normal playthrough, it takes less than an hour to do all of this. So, what are you gonna do? But this will be it for Silent Hill 2 today. We are very close to the end. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going a little silent here. I don't know what else to say. Do you know if Rick is streaming tomorrow? I have no idea. Admittedly, like, I did kind of say, hey, I was gonna do this for a few days, so, you know. We can probably make something work, since I don't think it'll be that long on this end, but, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. This has been a treat, honestly. I'm glad people are kind of digging this and sticking around for it, because I wasn't quite sure how this was gonna go, honestly. But I'm really glad people enjoy it. Thanks for coming around, and we will conclude.